Hey everybody, and welcome to another Crimsonscales first impressions video, this time on the Savas Hollowpact. If you are new to these videos and you've stumbled across them, the Crimsonscales is a community-made expansion or spin-off project that is based on Gloomhaven, but all community-made, not-for-profit. It was available as a physical copy through their website for a little while. There was a couple of different pre-orders. There's also a free print and play version. There's also a tabletop simulator version if you'd like to check that out. But it does require the base components from the original Gloomhaven game if you want to play the physical version. You can head over to thecrimsonscales.com for more information if you're interested. Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, and to Mike and Truck Driving Gamer for the legendary support. Thanks guys, I really appreciate it. We are starting to get to the end, actually, of doing these class reviews, but if you want to come over to twitch.tv/ManTreeQuest on a Wednesday, that's when we actually do these. We've only got one character left to do live on the stream, and I'm just catching up here on the YouTube, but we will soon be starting our actual in-person campaign, and I've got plans to stream me physically playing Crimsonscales, so look out for that, and that will probably replace the Wednesday streams. Okay, enough of an intro. Let's take a look at the Savas Hollowpact. So, Hollowpact. This bit is Hollowpact specific. So among the Craghearts, Shun Savas, who failed to master any element, there are some who will stop at nothing to reach the heights of power that have been denied them by their exile. Corrupt, void-aligned Aether have recruited a power-hungry breakaway sect of Cragheart exiles and aided them to harness the reality-destroying energies of the void. Known as Hollowpacts, these renegade Savas hollowed shattered hearts glow anew with an ominous, otherworldly light. Their power can warp and unravel the life essence of their enemies, but at great personal cost to their bodies and to their sanity. Sounds like you're pretty far gone. Is this like the first character that almost overtly sounds a bit evil? Like, I guess Ruinmord sounds a little bit evil. But this character, like, overtly sounds like, if you were to say, like, where we are, like, on a morality scale, this feels like this character's maybe, like, you're kind of like, it's like you've turned to the dark side of the Force or something. Sad Cragheart. Avoid hearts, yeah. Rumor isn't evil, he's just a hungry, growing boy. Okay. He's got his reasons. You'd venture to say they're clips in Spanish Cthulhu kind of evil? I guess maybe kind of evil, yeah. All these characters that kind of deal with like the dark void and stuff. Well, the Void Warden's not evil. She's fairly neutral, but maybe that's because she's kind of conquered the power of it or something. He's dabbled with the dark side, but may have a good heart. No, he hasn't got a heart. That's half the problem. It's kind of the problem. It's kind of... Rumor is like a Tasmanian devil. He doesn't have a spin attack, though. Come on. Okay, well, it sounds pretty dark, but very interesting kind of backstory. I like the idea of, like... You know, these kind of Craghearts are obviously, you know, they're exiled. They kind of don't have, you know, they don't have like a clan, or they feel like they're kind of alone or whatever. And they kind of end up kind of wanting to be part of something. And then this is kind of like how it ends up, right? They kind of go rogue. They're kind of willing to dabble with the dark arts to get stronger. Pretty a good theme for a character, to be honest. And I imagine that going by some of the kind of by some of the text here, like, but at great cost, personal cost to their bodies, I wonder if we're going to have, you know, spending health to do abilities as a mechanic, similar to like Lightning Bolt, for example. Maybe we're going to have, well, I think we can safely assume that the dark element is going to be used somewhat in this character as well. So probably a mix of abilities as well, I would say. Unlikely to be a healing character. Unlikely to be a healing character. Fairly likely to be a cursey kind of character. Maybe deals with invisibility as well. So we'll see if these kind of trends that we kind of expect from characters that kind of do this sort of stuff will pop up. Newt. Hey, Kira. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. So what they're saying is they're all in Slytherin? Yes. They're all Slytherin. Oh, that's not what we wanted to see. Where's the other one gone? It was literally just... What? How? Why is it opened a random picture of... That is random. That's the one I want. Weird. That's like a random PNG that I was using for when I did my angry face video from ages ago. I have no idea why that just randomly opened. Okay. Right. The Hollowpact. So, 10 cards. Decent. Decent starting hand size. We'll take that. And so here's the mechanics. This is where these player mats differ quite a bit from regular Gloomhaven player mats, because regular Gloomhaven, they just have like the turn order and things in here. They just have like handy information about rests and things like that here. Whereas this is much more of what you'll see in Frosthaven, where they're kind of reusing this space to actually help you remember key mechanics of your character, which I think is a great move. That means you don't have to keep printing little rules reminder cards or things like that for every character, because every character is going to have quite a lot of rules now. So that makes sense. Weird HP number. We'll come down to a second, but yeah, that does look a bit strange. Right, void energy. The Hollowpact will accumulate and spend void energy based on abilities performed. Void energy is tracked by adding or removing void energy tokens from this mat. Okay, looks like we got, what, 3 spaces? Void energy, or maybe that's just like somewhere you keep it. Maybe it's up to 2. Void energy is gained immediately when performing abilities with the void symbol. These tokens can then be removed to enhance your actions or to perform abilities. You start each scenario with 0 void energy tokens. Up to a maximum of 3 void energy tokens can be accumulated and stored on this mat at any one time. Okay, so kind of similar to the Blink Blade in a way. Although I think the Blink Blade does start with a one-time token. But there's some similarities to that kind of way of playing, right? Honestly, it's so weird going back to how every character map was just, this is how rests work. Yeah, that's very... I mean, it made sense, I guess, for at least the starters, because it kind of helped players learn how to play the game. And the starters didn't have too much going on. But yeah, certainly for the future, it's not a good idea. Think you want to do a void dance to avoid those penalties? Always end your turn 1 void token so you don't suffer wound or muddle. Okay. So void energy is harmful. Okay, so this is the harmful part. This is what you're talking about. Okay. At the end of each of your turns, suffer muddle if you have 2 or more tokens on this mat, and suffer wound if you have 3 tokens. Ooh, okay. So you don't really... Okay, so it's hurtful for you to really store void for a long time. Although, having said that, wound is not too bad. You could probably maybe sustain that for a little while. Muddle's a little bit annoying, actually. So yeah, you kind of want to spend 1, use 1. I mean, it depends on what the void energy is used for. I mean, if they're used for things that aren't attacking, then muddle won't really matter, right? But if... I mean, this does matter, but... That'd be interesting to see. I guess we'll have to see as the turns go on. And as we see the cards, we'll probably get more of it. But that kind of makes sense with the thematics. I'm a bit surprised that this is the only drawback, because to me, this doesn't feel like a particularly bad drawback, but maybe I'll be proved wrong. The class is fairly disadvantage resistant. Okay, there you go then. Maybe just augment from the Mind Thief or something like that. Oh, from the basic unique mechanics? Yeah, you're right, Garrett. There's basically, from the starting ones, there's... I mean, you could maybe write a little bit about reviving ether, but I feel like that's fairly self-explanatory on the card. The thing is, as well, is they want to get away, don't they, from putting too much text on the card. So they can kind of, if they can put all of the text or a lot of relevant text here, then they only need to translate the mats, and then they can let the cards will have less translation needed, hopefully. Can you choose where to store it? That's a great question. No, it's just based on the amount you have. So, oh, so you kind of fill it up from top to bottom then. 1, 2, 3. I guess that would make sense. Interesting. You also have Void Sight abilities, which allows you to reveal the top 2 cards of your attack modifier deck. You may then place one of these cards on the bottom of the deck and the rest on top in any order. Okay, so this is the model resistance stuff, I guess. This is very, yeah, this allowing you to filter your decks. Really quite cool, actually. Like a little mini diviner. Being able to kind of affect that. That's a nice little thing. So I like, one thing I like, and I've always liked in Magic is Scry. I've always liked the ability Scry. I think it's quite simple. You just go, cool, do this. Scry 1, Scry 2. Just getting to flip a couple of cards from the top of your deck, look at them and go, no, they're not the cards that I want for this game, or I don't need them at this time. And then you just put them to the bottom, or if you're looking for a land drop in Magic, it's like, yes, but leave a land on top, whatever. You know, so I've always been a fan of the ability Scry. And so this sounds pretty nice. This sounds nice. Yeah, it does. I like that kind of ability. I've always found it to be quite satisfying. And obviously, like, it's maybe not quite as much here, but like at level 1, in theory, this could be quite nice to just try and make sure you hit like a, you know, at least hit like a +0 or a +1. You try and make sure you don't hit that -2 at level 1, depending on how much attacking we're doing, of course. But yeah, I like it. So, health. We're saying it's a little bit weird. So we get 7 health at level 1. It's pretty low, really. For a Savas, it's you know, Savas would look like big beefy boys, and that's low. But I guess that's, you know, they've got to keep this relevant. Like, this has got to be a relevant drawback. So if this number was higher, I think that would be, you know, you'd be like, wound? What does it matter? So now, like, if you're wounded and maybe you take a, you know, a hit of 3 or 4, suddenly you're actually getting quite low. Like, you're kind of, you know, getting hit with a fairly sizable attack at level 1 means that if you do get wound, you're going to maybe need to get healed pretty quick, you know? Craig, this dude is not. No, not at all. Not at all. Technically the second highest of us health, technically. Well, because of triangles not having a lot. Does triangles have 6 then? You thought triangles is in the 8 HP? I don't know, actually. I wouldn't be surprised if it had 8. I wouldn't be surprised if it had 6. Doesn't 10, but then it's got a tanking sub theme, so maybe it would actually have a little bit more. It's 6? Wow. Okay, yeah, that would. That's actually pretty harsh for a character that can go off and do like a load of shielding, but you know, it's kind of like one of those kind of like quirky builds that it's fun, but it's ultimately maybe not the best way of playing the character, but can be used for a bit of fun. I said I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I mean, it's not a character that I personally play and worry about the health, but there is a way to play the character where you might want to do a bit more tanking, right? Do I mind doing perks before cards this time because of the muddle? If you guys think that that's the best way to do it, we can do that. Just to get a view on how you can use ambiguity on model. Okay, so this character... Okay, good. Because of the model thing, we're going to get a lot of... Okay, so if we get a lot of perks that are just like adds cards that give us like, you know, rolling... Well, not a rolling stun, but yeah, +0 stun or a +0 poison, +0 wound, +0 curse, all of that stuff. There could be a lot of ambiguity on a double flip. Guess time for Drakescale Helm to shine. Is Drakescale Helm, yeah, it's the one that whenever you get muddled, you get strengthened. Ooh, I like that idea. Just pick the first card drawn is what it comes down to. Okay. Interesting. Well, maybe we'll do that then, if you guys think that's for the best. So anyway, you know, in terms of starting stats, you know, 7 health is... It doesn't really imply that you're going to be like a melee tank style character, but you could, in theory, be like a damage dealer, like a melee damage dealer. But the feeling that I get looking at this guy is he's going to be throwing things around, like a little bit more of a ranged character. But maybe I'm wrong. But that's what I would sort of glean from maybe this. We'll see. Right, so we'll look at perks then, because of the muddle effect, there's going to be a lot of ambiguity, a lot of double flips. So we should look at this first so we can get a good idea of that. So first off, perks. Place 1 -1 card with 1 +0 heal to self card. Okay, it's nice. Extra 1 damage, and we get a heal. Self-healing on this character would be quite interesting, because if we're going to be wounded a lot, and we're going to push ourselves to that 3, get wound, then we'll use the tokens, we'll still have wound. So then do we need to take an action to remove that wound? You know, if it's not a very good way of doing it, then that would be a little bit frustrating. Like if we don't have just like a bottom move heal 1 or something. If we have something like this, then potentially this could be quite nice. So it just gets rid of that rune that we've had on ourselves, heals us up a little bit more, so it takes away some of those turns that we maybe took some self-damage. Seems like a fairly good perk for a character that is going to be hurting themselves, right? So, next perk, I think this is pretty fair. Next perk is another replace. Replace 2 +0s with 1 +0 void sight. So a little bit of thinning there. A little bit of thinning. And void sight is the one that allows us to do that scry 2. I'm going to refer to it as scry. But essentially, reveal the top 2 cards of our attack modifier deck. And then choose if we would like to put them on the top or on the bottom. Right? So I like that. That seems quite good. The only thing being that, of course, it's sort of like... I mean, if we have lots of multi-attacks, maybe this kind of thing could be quite good. Because it's kind of like making your next attack better. So if you had like an attack targeting 3 things, you drew this on the first one, you could then go, okay, well, I can do that, reorder them, and then you know what you're going to be doing for the next one. That could give you some really fun control, actually. That could lead to a really, like drawing those cards sometimes isn't... You know, it's just like flip a card. 1, 2, 3. We're done. That could actually have some nice little synergy or, you know, nice little kind of extra little things you can do. And then you could go, oh, okay, well, I've actually done this, so I know what I'm going to be doing on the next attack, right? What the hell is a void pit? You guys are reading ahead of me. We'll get into the void pit. Add 1 -2 earth cards and 2 +2 dark cards. That's interesting. Add 1 -2, but... I mean, obviously that sounds very swingy to me, and I don't like that. But this character has... That's ambiguity, though, because it's basically a... It has an effect, because it's an element, right? So that is ambiguity. Interesting. It's just a cheeky nod to that crack card perk people complained about. Oh. Oh. It's just... Okay, it's the meme perk. Well... Maybe this character can have some good stuff with it. I don't know.
Board Game 613 gifted a tier 1 sub to me, Johnny.
Hey, BG. BG in the house. If people don't know, BG613 is the kind of one of the people who kind of helped put this together, along with Yitz and other people. So thank you, buddy. I really appreciate you gifting a sub and bringing us Crimsonscales. Welcome, Mo Journey. Make sure to thank BG613 in the chat. It's very, very kind of them. What is this, buddy? This is Crimsonscales, which is a community-made expansion to Gloomhaven. It is uses some of the components from the original base game, so you need the base game components to play, but you can also play it on Tabletop Simulator as well if you have a copy of that. You can also print and play the files, or you can get a physical version. Well, I think the physical versions are now, the pre-orders are closed, but there was a physical version you can get. And it's a very high quality, well produced sort of set of characters, whole new campaign. Like, they really put a lot of time and effort into this, you know, to the point where it is, you know, from my opinion, it's as good, and to be honest, in some areas better than a lot of base Gloomhaven. So, along with that meme perk from the crack art, I mean, maybe this character, because of the whole ambiguity thing in the model and what have you, maybe, and of course the void sight, maybe there's some benefit to this. Also, maybe we just want to create Earth at some point. I don't know. So we'll skim over this one because I'm not too sure. But replace one -1 with one -2 stun card and 1+0 void sight card. Interesting. I like the idea of adding more void sight cards. Void sight is a mechanic I'm very interested in. So that sounds like adding one of those is good. And to be honest, a -1 with a -2, like, you may lose a point of damage there, like, technically, right? You may technically lose a point of damage there. However, stunning an enemy means you don't have to worry about them anyway.
Spicy.
So it can be a little bit annoying because, yeah, if that enemy stays alive on 1 health, obviously that's annoying because then you're going to have to play another attack or you're going to have to deal with them again. But, you know, if you weren't going to kill them anyway, you know, the stun's actually quite nice. So it's not... It's only annoying if you needed that 1 damage to kill them. Then it might be like, oh. And that probably won't happen too often. That's probably not going to be the case. Also, the ambiguity of stun being on a card will mean that that will also play into the whole muddle thing as well. So perhaps it's a good idea just to take a lot of cards like this, just because we're going to be muddled a bunch, and it actually ends up working out in our favor just because of that as well. Like how you can do this twice. 3 -2s. Yeah. With the extra elements, you may well get this perk, but you never get the one in the crack heart. Yeah. Assuming you can't put bad cards at the bottom, having 3 -2s sounds too bad, maybe. I mean, a lot of I mean, it depends on... It really does depend on your filtering. Definitely. If you have someone who actually uses Earth, you think you are grabbing all 6 of those +2 -2 attack modifiers. Interesting. Is Frosthaven out yet? No. Frosthaven is... I believe it's in production right now. So I think, like, conservatively, we're going to be looking at maybe, like... Well, not conservatively. Optimistically, maybe. We'll hopefully be looking for, like, winter this year. You know, Frosthaven in the frosty season. I mean, it's... written in the stars. Because it's Gloomhaven, you will only draw that when you need the extra damage. That's a fair point. That's a very, very legitimate point. Moving on. Replace one -2 with 1+0 disarm card and 1 -1 create any element card. I mean, that's a good improvement there. And maybe making any element is also quite nice. Obviously works well for you, but if you have another team mate who needs an element, could work okay. I'm generally not a huge fan of elemental flips like this, like low amounts, because as a player I prefer to like make my elements through the cards that I play. So hopefully the abilities have the elements on, so then I can go get them. There are some characters where this differs a little bit, but that's because of the way their entire attack modifier deck is built and what their cards do. So Triangles is a good example of someone who actually just wants to fill their deck with just a load of elements and then just play Crystallizing Blast and just draw as many as possible. So there are like some characters that do that, but I feel like if you're only adding like a small amount and they're not like you know, plus 1 damage as well. So there's actually a benefit for drawing them as well. I'm not usually very high on this type of thing, but we'll see. You know, this is obviously a very good card. So, and it replaces a -2, but maybe we don't care about the -2s. Our worst at start, yeah, fair. Very fair. Replace 1 -1 card with 1 rolling +1 void token and 1 rolling -1 curse card. That's pretty good. Hey, that's pretty good. Is were all of these characters, was this character designed with Crimsonscales, not Crimsonscales, Frosthaven, like strengthen and, you know, rolling modifier kind of rules in mind, or was this character created before that? It wasn't, because this is one of the older classes. Interesting. Okay. Because obviously that could have played into it somewhere. Because actually, like, you know, a rolling is not really a rolling in those rules. Not if we're muddled all the time. Yeah, I think it's actually pretty good. Definitely just getting a void token for free sounds quite good. Except for that one situation when gaining wound would probably kill you. That might be the odd situation where you actually don't want to take a void token. Because it would kill you on the next turn. Like then suddenly you're like, oh god, I'm at 1 health and I've just been wounded. What do I do? You're hoping there's a card that can treat minuses as pluses. That would be interesting. Like the, what character did that? What character does that? Is it a Frosthaven character? Oh, no, it's a Crimsonscales character, right? Where you can treat the miss as a crit, but you get to put an extra crit into your deck. Oh, what is it? Oh, I swear there's one that does that. There's one that flips it. I can't remember which character it is. There's definitely a character before that has flipped that before. Blinkblade has the ×2 to 0 and vice versa. Okay, so maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Blinkblade. Thanks, Sultan. Yeah, there's definitely a character that does actually do that. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of the Hierophant then. Nits. Maybe, well, a bit of both. I had a feeling that there was somebody in Frosthaven, so Blinkblade, and then because I felt like it was one that we talked about recently. Because I remember us being like, it's not very good. It's trying to be good, but it's not very good. It sounds kind of cool, but actually, is it really worth it? Maybe that's what we did. Definitely the Blinkblade. Okay. Yeah, so potentially a very good one with this. A rolling curse, sure. I mean, we'll take it. The -1 rolling is a bit awkward though. Is this one of the first times we've had a negative rolling card? Rolling cards are usually not negatives. So that's kind of funky because usually they're at least like a rolling +0 element or something. Like they're never lower than +0. And this might be the first time I've ever seen a rolling minus number. Kind of interesting. Replace 2 +1 cards with 1 +3 regenerate self card. Ooh. I like this. It's a little bit all in. A little bit all in, but I like it because it's thinning your deck. It does mean that perhaps then you start drawing these -2s. Maybe.
No, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage potentially, Phil. Absolutely. The regenerate as well, super good on this character because of the wound, right? Yeah, first time rolling minus. I thought so, Garrett. Time for someone to design a character based on all minus cards. It's an interesting idea. Certainly make them kind of unique. Would make, like, somebody who could take curses from the enemy and just turn them into damage would be kind of cool. Like, so you don't care that you get cursed. In fact, you actively want to get cursed. So maybe you'll be really good. You could have some self-curse abilities, but also you just be really good in certain scenarios, like against imps and things like that. Living spirits. Just like, I'll take all of your curses. Turn them into something. Okay, well, this is like a slam dunk, I think, kind of perk in terms of damage and also regenerates very good effect. So, yeah, that's really good. Replace 1+0 card with 1+1. Create a void pit in an empty hex within range 2 card. I guess we're gonna have to find out what void pits are, but it's a replace and it's an additional damage. So regardless of what a void pit is, it's pretty good. It's increasing your damage, right? Regardless of what a void pit is or does, it's increasing our damage and it's replacing. So that's good. Ignore negative scenario effects. Add 1+0 ward self card. Interesting. That must be a fairly new addition because ward is a fairly new effect. So don't know. Maybe it said something different beforehand, but you know, ward is you take half damage on the next time that you're attacked. So, well, the next time you take damage is halved, rounded. I can't remember if it's rounded up or down. I'm going to say down. But yeah, it's going to be... No, sorry. It'll probably be rounded up, actually, because it'll be half the amount of damage rounded up, because that'll be in the player's favor. It probably is in the player's favor. So ward is decent, but I haven't played with it enough to comment really on it being, like, really good. But ignoring negative scenario effects is usually pretty good. They're just obstacles. Void pits are just obstacles that Hollowpact can create, and some things care about them specifically. Okay. Sounds good. We'll try it out. The next X times you draw a curse, gain this benefit might be cool. Yeah, I felt like that would be an interesting avenue. Like someone who just really just cares about that. There was a character that somebody shared with me actually a long time ago, that they were making their own custom character, and they actually dealt a lot with negative conditions. They actually wanted negative conditions on them because they got buffs for having negative conditions on themselves. Can't remember who that was, but that was an interesting idea. Okay, let's go to the cards. The fun part. The fun part. How are the ward modifiers treated in physical? Do you keep it in the active area? What do you need to shuffle? It should be a token, right? I think, Professor. Ward's like just a thing. Okay, void step. Level 1. Teleport 2. So teleport is like unimpeded movement, essentially. So it functions very similarly to, you know, like jump or fly, but you can technically go through walls, which is kind of funky. So that's an interesting like theme here. This guy can kind of zip through the walls a little bit. Attack 2, that's a melee attack. Use a void token to do +1, so an attack 3 potentially, which I assume is what you want to be doing, right? I mean, a movement, this is very powerful because you can move to the enemy, attack them, and then just probably use your bottom action to run away if you needed to, or move on to something else. So just that combination of two abilities together, I think would make this fairly strong, just because it's safe. Although attack 3 is nothing special, I will say. It's pretty average. I would say it's actually probably pretty poor, considering it's a melee attack. You know, you'd really want your melee attack to be like a super duper attack. You'd want it to have something else, like, you know, maybe it would have push on it or something like that. You know, just a little sweetener at the end there to make it a little bit better. But that teleport on the top is actually quite powerful. So I feel like that is the secret sauce for this card, that teleport. because the attack is so-so. Disappear, then reappear. Yeah. It's scurry. It kind of is scurry. It's better than scurry, right? Scurry, you needed to have, like, you know, boots or something to make it jump. This, you can just kind of zip to where you need to be. I mean, teleport 2 is not a huge amount. And also, because it's teleport, not move, you couldn't use boots to add to it. So it is maybe a little bit more specific. You're still going to need to be close to the enemy, right? You can't just beam somebody from the other side of the room. Also, you assume teleport can't take plus movement from boots. Yes. Yes, Garrett. Yeah, absolutely. So that's... I think that is a fairly... That could be a downside, but I mean, it's top movement. I think that's pretty good. And also because it's basically got built-in, you know, jump and what have you. Very swingy deck, lots of bonuses instead of numbers. Not sure how bad muddle will be given. Most of the deck gives some kind of bonus. Well, this is what we were saying, Hiskatana, earlier, is that we looked at the perks first because there's going to be a lot of ambiguity. Because if you've got muddle, but all of your attack modifiers are like, do this, but make an element. Do this, but stun. You know, there's going to be so much ambiguity that you're going to be taking the first card drawn a lot of the time, which then means that the void sight ability becomes quite powerful because we can then make sure that we have good cards on the top. So we'll always kind of get what we want, or hopefully kind of get the best of two things. Hopefully we'll be able to have a little bit of filtering, which will help us out. So I think like that's the idea. It's a funky idea because if you were somebody just reading this and you didn't have that understanding of the rules, or if you weren't like completely aware of that, somebody telling you, oh, this is like, you would probably be reading this going like, this character's just not like muddle. Ugh, this feels really bad, you know, if just on the face of it. But actually, when you get down to the nitty gritty of, oh, this is how you resolve the attack, actually, you can weather it, you know. Also, you can teleport while immobilized. Yes, that's a very good point. Really, really good point. In some cases, teleport is better than move, as you can move through walls, right? Yeah, I think, well, I mean, I think it's, in general, teleport is the best movement ability because, like, as Nit said, you're immune to immobilize, so you can still do it when you're immobilized. It moves through walls, like you say. It doesn't care about obstacles, traps, anything like that. So it is like the best form of movement, but obviously it is fixed to whatever number it is. So there's no like modifying it up or down. And there's no like enhancement dot here, which would have been kind of cool if there was an enhancement dot here, but maybe that would have been too good. You can't open doors. Oh, true. You can't open doors. You can, but you can't use the excessive amount of movement to move out of the door. Yeah, because you well, yeah, actually, that's a good point. Opening doors. Do doors specify that you have to move onto the hex? Because teleport is just you basically appearing. But yeah, it's like whenever you occupy the hex, right? Yeah, that's actually a really good question. You know, are doors opened when players move onto the hex, or are doors opened when a player occupies the hex containing a door? I guess that would be the kind of thing. I would assume you probably could open a door, but like as Garrett said, you wouldn't maybe be able to run away because you have to choose the hex, right? You're like, you're not going, I'm teleporting. You're going 1, open the door, teleport 2. When you're teleporting 2, it's basically saying I'm doing a move at range 2. That's kind of what it is. It's like I'm doing move range 2. That's sort of like the way of thinking about it. So you can move to any hex within range 2, right? It's kind of like that in maybe a better way of explaining teleport. It's not like you're teleporting 1, 2. It's like you got 2 hexes. You go from there. If the door is closed, you can't see the next room to teleport into it. Yeah, I assume that you can't teleport into unopened rooms Well, then it'd be kind of fun if you could. You mixed up closed door with unrevealed room. Okay, so we can open a door, but like as I think Garrett said, you wouldn't be able to move off of the door, which might not be a problem. Might be fine. But that's obviously the benefit of a move is that you can kind of maybe move forward, open the door and go, oh no, that's really bad. I want to run away now. And you'd still have move left over. With this, you would be sort of stuck there. However, it is a top action. Maybe you've got a move on the bottom, or you can at least use your default move to run away. So it's still fine, but this is I think this is pretty solid. I wouldn't want to it's going to be interesting to see how we can get these, like how often we can get these. And I imagine that, you know, this card, for example, looks like we can get one from here. How important are these cards and how prevalent are these, right? So this seems like an okay use of this. I'll tell you what, if I have to suffer 1 damage every time to just get +1 attack, I don't feel like that's a very good payoff necessarily. We would have to, I think we'd have to have some other benefits along the way. Like that to me, like, you know, if this instead said suffer 1 damage to add +1 attack, I mean, I'd probably do it. Yeah, I probably would do it still, actually. It's a tricky one. It's going to be interesting, this character. It really is. The economy of your health is going to be quite important to keep track of. Okay, 20 initiative, pretty good. Not like insanely early, but like a very usable initiative. Happy with that. So yeah, playable. Suffer 1 damage and then gain this. So again, this is the thing. Will this be the best way of gaining these? Will this be a bad way of gaining these? I don't know. I guess the good thing here is that we could suffer 1 damage to gain it. Then we could immediately use it to teleport 4. So, I mean, that's pretty good, right? Or do we use this sometimes to just power something up and then use it immediately? I guess the idea with this character is probably to make the tokens and use them as quick as possible, because the longer they're on your mats, you know, and if you start to accrue them, you're going to end up taking that wound and or be muddled for longer, right? If you already have void tokens, ignore the first half. Yeah, true. If you already have a void token, you could. But this is quite nice that it kind of works all together as a single action, right? You could just do this and ignore the teleport and just be like, nope, I want a void token for next turn or for the other card you're playing. Or you could be like, I need a big move. Here you go. Take 1 damage, teleport 4. Filthy muddle bloods. There's a lot of muddle on this character for sure. Too much muddle. Kamal Dravis, am I playing TTS today? I'm not playing TTS today, no. We're just doing another character review. You aren't allowed to skip suffer damage to gain void since it's considered a negative effect. Yeah, well, it's a cost, right? Although there was a ruling on that at some point, but yeah. There was a very weird ruling on things like that. But yes, it's basically the suffering 1 damage is part of the cost, right? From this card, you'd assume the HP is pretty valuable for void tokens. Yeah, I mean, 7 health. That's not amazing, but... So I think this is a pretty solid card. I mean, in terms of movement, this is a lot of movement and teleport as well. I mean, on a normal tile, you should really be able to get to where you want to be with a teleport 4, right? And it's nice to have to be able to ignore a bunch of traps or hazardous terrain or whatever, or enemies just move behind them. Like, I think that's quite good. Be interesting to see like what other attacks we have. So I think good start, but this doesn't, like, you know, this is probably quite powerful. This is, I mean, I guess the teleport on the top actually is quite nice. So we'll see. I feel like we need some more cards here. Solid card. 20 is pretty good for this character as well as depending on the build. Yeah, I think like it's a very versatile card, I think. Got a good amount of movement on the bottom and an attack on the top. Pretty versatile. Nether Blades. So Void Sight, nice, like that. And it's Void Sight before our attack. That's going to be good. Attack 2, gain a Void for each enemy targeted. Okay. Hey, there you go. So Void Sight's really interesting. It's kind of like, it's not really advantage. Obviously, this character's attack modifier deck is a bit weird. But hey, being able to maybe make sure that we at least land a little bit of damage, or we draw like a positive effect that we want, seems quite good. Obviously, getting 2 of these would then mean that we're going to be muddled for next time. But if for example, right now we have nothing, right? We have no void tokens at all on our mats, none. I feel like getting 2 of these and just muddling, it's pretty good because the actual attack itself will not be muddled, and we'll get Void Sight before that. So we could potentially have quite a nice attack, gain a couple of these tokens, then we'll be muddled. I think this is pretty decent. It seems like a good way to get void tokens quickly. However, I think it would be nicer if the enemies were closer to each other. Notice these dots. That's kind of interesting. In theory, you could really buff this up, and this could actually be a really big contender for getting like 3 or something in very quickly. But this pattern here is not something that's going to align loads. If they were next to each other, this would be super simple, and I would say, yep, hands down, this is going to be very easy to get 2. But it might be a little bit rarer just because of the way it's spaced out. And you can enhance this attack too as well. Maybe make this something a bit special. Kind of a weird pattern. Yeah, I agree with that. I think it's a little bit... It happens, and it does come up. But it's not going to be as, you know, maybe as reliable as you might initially think. Isn't having a sketchy hex array on a level 1 melee attack the crack heart fantasy? Yeah, I suppose. It's kind of like it's not quite opposing strike. Is it better than... It probably is better than opposing strike. This is the one that you always think you have when you go to do opposing strike. And actually it's like... Why is it not quite opposing strike? Why are they like 1 hex over? And that's this card. So... To be fair, actually, this could be way better than opposing strike. Because I always find that card, I'm like, just never exactly opposite each other. They're never like here and here. They're always like just slightly off. Always annoys me. So maybe this is the card that like fixes that in every good way. Seems like it will be more work to make both targets hit than it is worth. Through though Void Sight plus Voids helps mitigate. Yeah, I mean the Void Sight I think is actually, this to me is really interesting. I really like having a bit more control, and it's very subtle, just being able to, you know, flip 2 and decide what you want to do with them. It's very subtle, but I really like that extra layer of control that you get through Void Sight. Just having a little bit more, and even if they're 2 bad cards, right? You can just go, all right, well, push them to the bottom of the deck. Let's see what we get. Hopefully we get something good. And even if you flip 2 bad cards again, it's like, it's all right. I'm getting deeper into my deck. The good thing as well is you can push the minus towards the bottom without triggering a shuffle, which is kind of like quite powerful if you think about it, right? Because usually when you draw your miss or you draw your ×2, it triggers a shuffle. Well, if you can continually push that 0 down to the bottom, or and even maybe the ×2 down to the bottom, because maybe you don't even want to crit, you can actually then start to kind of rig the deck over time. I mean, it'll still be a bit janky, but, you know, it's an interesting idea. You kind of prevent shuffling. It means now that we're going to find the enemies in opposing strike positions when playing this class. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the Gloomhaven rules, isn't it, really? It's just the luck of Gloomhaven. I mean, I think this is good. I think this is solid. Obviously, this is going to be... If we can find more applications for this, then we'll see. We've seen +1 damage. We've seen, you know, a big teleport. Looks like a big teleport here as well. Move 2 or a teleport. Create dark. Wow, this... Okay, move 2, create dark. If this character does anything with dark, this is playable, right? This is 100% playable. Because you're going to want... If there's some sort of, like, you want to play this ability and you want to consume dark, then an ability like this is always going to be super useful. 55 initiative is garbage initiative, though, so we would absolutely need to find something to pair this with. Either an early... I guess maybe if the enemies are in this position, you might want to go early to make sure that you get it. Or maybe you go late and hope that they kind of fall into this position. Might be a bit weird. At least the good thing is that when you're playing physical, you're going to be able to actually choose ambiguities for enemies. Like, this is the kind of class where maybe like something like this will happen a bit more in your physical version than it would necessarily in digital. Because in digital, you know, this guy might go like anywhere. You know, they might just go wherever they feel like going. So... something that definitely physical has a benefit over digital for this kind of thing, or at least with the current game. Yeah, pretty solid. Yeah, for physical you can resolve ambiguity by all your will instead of random. Technically, it's easier to see opposing strike positions honestly. Yeah, great minds think alike. I totally agree, Garrett. And it's one of those things where perhaps I've got very much a digital tendency right now because I play so much digital that it just always feels like I don't quite get the patterns that I want. When actually, if we were playing in physical, we could have just keep making sure that we get those patterns. And I think that's a very fair thing to point out. Right, channel the void. You and all adjacent figures suffer 1 damage. Gain a void token. You may disarm 1 adjacent trap or destroy 1 adjacent obstacle. If you do, gain a void and 1 XP. That seems fairly weak to me. I would say that's pretty weak. Mainly because it's a top action, so top actions are the most premium actions, you know, in Gloomhaven. So, you know, whenever you're playing a top action, it better be good, because you only get to play so many. You know, this is a 10 card character, so you're only going to get 5 top actions, right? Unless you've got some other shenanigans going on. But it does mean that those actions really need to sort of count for something. And of course, this could, in theory, get you 2, and you're doing an attack. You know, so you're kind of progressing the scenario, and you're getting your void tokens at the same time. Whereas this, it feels like, well, maybe there might be a tricky obstacle or a trap that's in a really bad way. But usually with those kinds of things, I would hope that you would have somebody in your party with something like push, pull, or, you know, some way to interact with interact with traps. Obstacles, yeah, maybe being able to destroy an obstacle at a time could be quite good. But generally, obstacles work in players' favor because they allow you to control the flow of enemies better, in my opinion. So usually, there's a couple of scenarios that do test this and do change this, but quite often obstacles can be used to player benefit rather than detriment. So I'm not sure I'm really behind this one. Traps are for scrubs who can't teleport. I kind of agree there. Bottom is nice, though. Bottom is better. Top is too situational. Rumbling without advanced. Yeah, very true. This card wants to be Rumbling Advanced. It's not as good as Rumbling Advanced. 88 initiative. Very usable late initiative. So you can not always guarantee going last, but a lot of the time you can be last for something like this. Attack 1. Wound. Consume 2. Voids to get +2 attack. Now that's nice. Hey. Ooh. Oh, that worked so well with this, but the initiative sucks. It'd be so cool to just make 2 and then just immediately use 2. But yeah, that's a really nice attack there. Whenever you see move and attack swapped, you should always be pretty excited because it just gives you opportunity for explosive turns. So, you know, this would give you, if you could attack something to gain tokens, or if, for example, you could get strengthened, or if an enemy is poisoned, you know, all of this good stuff. It's really good that you can have very explosive turns by doing a double attack on the bottom and top of your cards. It's also why like something like this teleport is quite good, because of course it's a bit of movement where it shouldn't usually be. Now, this is an interesting card because I think the top is really quite bad. Unless we need void tokens so bad that we just need to play an effect like this, right? You can consume void on the same turn you generate. You must have missed that earlier. Yes. So void is not like an element. It's I think the best way of describing it is a little bit like it's a combination between the Blink Blade time tokens and the Deathwalker's shadows. You know, because the Deathwalker's shadows are kind of like on the board and use them, whereas the time tokens, you can only use them at specific instances a bit more. I guess it's kind of like time tokens, except you don't have the whole split initiative, go fast, go slow mechanic. But it's got some good similarities, I think, to the Blink Blade. It's a resource that's radioactive, yeah. That's a pretty good combo. It's a nice combo, but I don't know if we'd be able to pull off Saboteur. That's the problem. Like in the initiative that it is, we'd have to leave ourselves out hanging there, or maybe get an ally to move us or something. This seems a bit rough. The negative effects of void only happen when you end your turn. Oh, okay, that's good. So you get the void, but it's basically at the end of your turn. Okay. So that means that we wouldn't have muddle for this attack, which would be quite nice. So it could prevent us from ever having muddle. If we're really efficient at generating and using in the same turn, we might actually avoid a lot of these things. This is a really difficult one to judge, chat, because I think on the face of it, the top action is pretty weak for me, and the bottom action is, I would say that this is fine. Like attack 1 wound. So if we were to disregard this, I think attack 1 wound is fine. Adding obviously to get +2 attack elevates it to be great. But are we going to be able to do it? You know, is it worth us having a card where the top isn't very good? I mean, I guess in a pinch, this card might still at least gain us some void tokens. So if we have a really powerful bottom consume on another card that uses 2 tokens, maybe that will swing the balance. So let's press on. Right, Withering Deluge. So it's level 1, attack 3, wound. Consume 2 to add +2 attack. Also, here's the leaping cleave right here. Here's the 2-hex easy pattern to do. And this is a burn. So attack 5 on 2 things, 10 plus wound. You know, that's an extra point of damage on each target, at least, you'd think. I mean, it's not bad. It's a pretty good burn attack for level 1. I said my only concern with this character is that you don't draw amazing modifiers. So if your intent is to like have a big damage sort of turn, your modifiers might be a bit average. So, you know, like the upside isn't there like it would be maybe on other characters as much. Still okay though. It's 2 XP as well. I think this is okay. I think this is pretty good. It's Avalanche. Better than Avalanche. Oh, it's definitely better than Avalanche, yeah. And Avalanche is a card that you do play a little bit. Like, you do occasionally burn the top. It's not like, obviously, an amazing card, but at least at level 1, it's a card you consider and can get you some XP and do a decent amount of damage when needed. Is this guy just a full reference to the Crag card? I think he's... Well, it's Savas. He is a former Crackheart. I think the idea is he's like a mutated Crackheart in a way. So he's going to have some similarities. It's just Crackheart in a bad mood. Exactly. Craig's dark evil twin. That's it. 47 initiative. No, nothing to write home about there. Nothing usable there. You may create a void pit obstacle in an empty hex within range 2 and gain this. Move 3. Gain a void token, move 3. That's actually good. This is really good. Hey. This is really good. All right, I'm in on this though. You know me, chat. I like to create obstacles.
Boy. A little bit spicy.
You know, put an obstacle in an annoying place. You get a void out of it, and you can move. So you could put it like right in front of you and then run away, and then they're like, "Oh, I can't get to you now." It's kind of cool. I like it. Actually would work quite well with the that first card that we saw too, right? With Void Step. Because you could do this. Create the obstacle in an empty hex with range 2. Get this, then you could move 3. Then you could attack for 3. You could teleport, attack for 3. I don't know. Maybe that's not so great, but yeah, the ordering of that's a bit weird. It's almost like you'd want to do the teleport first, but then you want the token. Interesting idea, though. I think this is good. This is definitely playable. You wonder whether Crackheart can throw the void pit around? I mean, technically it's an obstacle, right? I mean, it just says obstacle. It does say specifically a void pit obstacle, but it still references it as an obstacle. So I would assume it could be destroyed like any other regular obstacle, right? Yeah. Yes, it's just an obstacle. Yeah. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the word obstacle on it. It would just be like, whatever. You know, they obviously want it to follow obstacle rules. The Crackheart version of the Magus, for those who know some Marvel comics, the Kragus. That went right over my head. Not this guy. This guy's got deep, dark, abyssal pits. Okay, moving on. Good card, though. Enervating Strike. Attack 2. Consume Void. To add Muddle, Poison, 1 XP. Hey. Heal 2 self as well at the end of it. I think I like this one. I like this one more than the other one. Muddle and Poison. Obviously works well with the double attack, but that would be like, we'd have... I mean, I guess we could just attack them for 1 afterwards. That would be 2. And if we're full up... Ooh... You really want to go like, you want to push it, get all 3 tokens, and then on the next turn, just go for it. You'd have to go late, and then you'd go early on 25. Do this, and just kind of go ham for a turn. Could be interesting. And the heal 2 is quite nice, because the heal 2 would get rid of the wound that you had to take from having the 3 tokens at the end of the last round. Big brain. Can you summon Craig for his opinion on the edgy goths of ass? I mean, if he's around, I mean, he might not care. I mean, there isn't much of an opinion. He might want to see more cards first. I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen enough. You don't think Craig works on the Crimsonscales streams? Does he not? You sure about that? Are you sure about that? Maybe I'll see if he can make a special appearance towards the end of this stream, or once we've seen all of the cards. Maybe, you know, Wednesday's his day off, but I'm sure if he'll do some overtime or something. He wants to spend 5k and find out. I can confirm that I don't think it works on this one. To be fair, the 5k should technically be refunded if it doesn't work. But I cannot guarantee that. That's what it says should happen. Whether or not that does happen, I'm not so sure. Someone tried and it failed. They should have been refunded. Check your channel points, but that's the way it should operate. If it doesn't, let me know, because then I can manually do it for you. But it should, in theory, bounce. See you, Nits. Thanks for stopping by, buddy. Appreciate it. Craig, or your money back? Not guaranteed. Exactly. I mean, it could be defective. Your points might be defective, you know? Gotta be careful there. So yeah, Innovating Strike. I think this is actually a really nice 2-card combo with the other one, if we can get up to 3 tokens. And there are ways to get up to 3 tokens, right? We've seen this way to get 2 in a single turn. So this could get us 2. Then we just need to play something like this to get us the 3rd. Feels like there's definitely going to be a nice kind of flow with this character where you're going to be like, cool, I want to play these cards, I want to play these, I want to play these. Like, there's going to be a bit of a kind of a set combo in a way that you could follow through. And it wouldn't necessarily be always the best way to play, because of course it depends on the enemies you're against, but could be a fairly, you know, successful way to at least have some success. So far, pretty generous with the enhancement dots. That's fair as well. We haven't checked too many of those. Another, yeah. I mean, what? You could put strength in here, I guess, technically, because it's old rules. Because these are just using the standard dots. They're not using the Frosthaven dots. So, yeah, you could put strength in here if you wanted to. Although, like I said, like, does this character really care about strength then? Feels like you kind of have a fair bit of control of your character. That's a really interesting idea. Does strength even matter on this character? Because you're just going to be taking the first card every time. Because of so much ambiguity. I guess you could maybe go for a build where you don't take those cards as your perks, but that seems boring. So, maybe you actually... Maybe this is like the one heal to self in the whole game you increase to 3. Shocking. Actually shocking. Okay, move 4 jump on the bottom here. You and all adjacent figures suffer 2 damage. But gain 2 void tokens, 2 XP. That's a high price of admission. But I guess if you just wanted to do one big attack... Like, for example, if you wanted to do this, like you were going for it, like it's towards the end of a scenario and it's like, we need to speed up. You know, we're gonna exhaust very quickly. And you just kind of go, okay, guys, I will long rest and I'll get these 2 cards in my hand and I'll have one big final turn. And hopefully that wins us the game or something like that, you know? Could be interesting. Could do Bless low. Bless could be interesting. Hello, Crater. Yeah, I guess it is kind of like Crater. It is you and all adjacent figures, so that does work on enemies as well. It is allies or, you know, yourself. So it's allies, yourself, and enemies. It's everything. So 2 damage is nice. Yeah, I mean, I played Crater, so why wouldn't I play this? And this has actually got a very good reusable top, so... Yeah, this card's great. Very playable. 2 true damage plus big attack with 2 voids, then go invis. Yeah, I'm waiting for Unstable Upheaval 2.0. I'm hoping there's something like... Because that's like usually what my follow-up would be. Would be... Do that, and then do Crater into Unstable Upheaval. A bit costly for a bottom burn, but it's an option given the top seems very usable at early levels. Yep, I totally agree with that. Like I said, usually this kind of effect is almost like a combo starter. Or at least it was on the crack cart, right? You would Crater in to get to the perfect Unstable Upheaval position. Then you would do Unstable Upheaval. Or what you would do is you'd go late with Crater. And so then you could consume Earth to get the bonus from Crater, get into position. Then you would go early on the next round with Unstable Upheaval and Forceful Storm to get like the full value. But yeah, I mean, it serves a purpose. Borrowed Vitality, heal 3 self. You may cause one adjacent ally to suffer 2 damage to add +2 heal. What? Griefing? Anybody? It's a card for making friends. Yeah, I'm sure your friends are going to love you for this. Hey, can I have a heal 5 and you take 2 damage? Thanks. It seems this doesn't ask your ally like the Void Warden. Yeah, it says you may cause. It doesn't say like an ally may suffer 2 damage to add +2 heal. You know, it doesn't say like an ally may do this. It's you may do this. So the decision is ultimately in your hands. So it seems kind of brutal. They probably deserved it. I can justify it. I mean, we're kind of like a bit of a villain. This character definitely feels like a little bit of a villain. So maybe that's okay. Definitely do it on a player who's long resting on 1 health. You have to burn 2 cards for this. Another mean card. I mean, it's mean, but it works. I don't know how much I like this. You see, I don't know how much I like forcing allies to take damage. The annoying part of this is, I mean, the difference between a heal 3 and a heal 5 to me is, I mean, you start with 7 health, right? It's probably unlikely, especially because you've got other heals as well. It's probably unlikely that you're going to be on 2 or 1 health. I guess it's like a really like, help guys, I screwed up. I'm going to die if I don't do this. But if you have things like regenerate, other heals as well, is heal 5 just overkill? So then you're really thinking, okay, well, is it just worth an ally to take 2 damage for me to gain 2 void tokens? Maybe, but that also feels like you're forcing them to help you do your mechanic, you know? Seriously, if you're not trying to fool around your allies, this 2 damage to get 2 HP into voids is really good. Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you need if you need all of that 5 heal, and I guess at higher levels, it's going to be more of a thing, right? You know, it's level 1, you're like 7, so it will improve with time when the 5 feels more impactful. I mean, of course, it'll feel impactful if you're on 1 health or 2 health, but it does feel like you're probably not going to get yourself into that situation if you can play other heals. And we've seen a few other little heals here and there. We've seen perks that we can get that can heal us. So I don't know. Maybe we're more of a, like, you know, I'm the big fan of the little and often rather than the big. So unless the big has, you know, very easy to mitigate downside, like, for example, the Void Warden with the heal 6, Tainted, whatever it's called, Tainted Lore or something. Can't remember what it's called. But that card, you know, that's kind of like, it's got a downside to it, but you can mitigate it, and it doesn't do damage. Time to introduce a particular Sun level 9 card. That actually would be a really cool combo with this, for sure. It's a great idea. It's not even a heal 3, heal 2 to help with poison. Missed opportunity. I feel like if this was a targeted heal, instead of it just being self, although thematically wouldn't make any sense, obviously it would be much more usable. If it was like a range 1, heal 3, range 1. Because then in theory you could heal them for 3, then they take 2 damage, so they've kind of won on the game. So you could have some really cool interplay where if your ally had poison, you could go up to them and you could say, you know, can you take some damage? So then I'll heal off the poison, and then I can get this. Like, there's a little bit more you could do with it. Because, you know, they're not going to get the full benefit of the heal anyway. Well, maybe that's... I don't know. Maybe not. It wouldn't thematically make sense, and the card would be kind of a bit weird, because then it would be just like, well, yeah, of course, I'll take 2 damage every time. Because you're going to give me an extra 2 heal, so I'm still getting a heal 3. So it would be weird. Taunting Fate, thank you. That's the card. Bottom of this card is awesome. Little heal if you had Dark. Yeah, so let's look at this. So move 3, consume Dark to heal 2, self-regenerate. Perfect. This is what we want. Yeah, this is not good. This is great. A little bit of heal. Stick the regenerate on there. Regenerate, for people who don't know, this is a new this was a new condition that was added in Forgotten Circles. So regenerate is like opposite to wound, essentially. So at the beginning of your turn, you're going to heal 1 until you take a source of damage from somewhere. It does remove wound. So if you were regenerating and you were wounded, regenerate, you kind of choose the order of effects. So regenerate would happen first, then the wound would fall off. Good at removing poison. But of course, if at any point you take damage for whatever reason, and, you know, we do have a few cards that ask us to take damage to make tokens, then that regenerate would fall off. Or if we get hit by an enemy or walk into a trap or whatever. Hazardous terrain. Yeah, the bottom of this card I think is actually excellent. It's actually excellent. All it's missing is for Mind Thief fans here would be some kind of strengthen, ability to enhance strengthen here, but this is excellent. And Dark so far, I think we had 1 card that made Dark. Move 2, make Dark. We've had 1 card that makes Dark so far, and this is a card that we might actually want to play the top. So maybe we need to keep an eye out for Dark Generation. Now you realize the top of this card can remove regenerate. Exactly. Yeah. Remove that regenerate. Thank you very much. Okay. Move 3. Oh, let's do the top first. I don't know why I moved straight to the bottom there. Untethered advance. Attack 3. Consume a void to get +1. So this is opposing strike. This is opposing strike. That's really good. Is this our best attack? This is our best attack we've seen so far, right? 2 attack 4s. 8 damage. Non-burn. And we can consume Dark to get a move 2 at the end of it as well. It's pretty good. Actually opposing strike, yeah. I think this is our best attack. And to be honest, if you were just attacking 1 thing for 4, I don't think that's that bad. I think that's fine. Obviously, if you can get both of them, brilliant. But if you're just walking around attacking things for 4, probably doing all right. You're playing the game pretty well. More better copies of the Crag cards? Yeah. This is definitely a better version of opposing strike. I like it. I think this is really good. It's better than opposing strike. It's just an attack 4 on 1 thing sometimes, and that's fine. And sometimes you get a move 2. We haven't seen enough Dark Generation yet, I think. That's one thing we need to keep an eye out. Like, we've seen 1 card that generates it, so I do think we need some more reliable. Being able to move away could be quite nice, just to stop yourself from getting hit, but I wouldn't bank on this. I would not bank on this at all from what we've seen so far. But this, easy. Like it. 46 initiative. Bad initiative. So we're going to have to probably play it with something. Let's kind of card you might want to go late with. Kind of card you might want to go early with. I guess 46 is not a bad number to go for because at least this is a card where you want to go one way or the other. But at least if it was early or late, then you could at least make that decision a bit easier. Move 3. You may disarm one adjacent trap or destroy one adjacent obstacle. If you do, gain a void token. Well, I guess if we're making obstacles, perhaps there could be some good synergy here. And this is better than that top action. Like this was ugh. So having it as like a little free bottom action, I think is actually pretty good. This is a good card for sure. It's better than the rumbling. Yeah, I agree. You'd be happy with an attack 4 move 2. Yeah, if you can get that off on the top. I still feel like this dark element is going to be quite hard so far for us to actually get. So we'll see. Maybe there's some other things. This could be a character that might benefit from a wand or something because it feels like we're not going to maybe go for the usual items. Feels like we might be a bit of a funky character. So maybe a wand. Even in his edgy fantasy, Craig can't escape his bad initiative. Oh, you're not wrong. It does feel like, I mean, so far the initiative has been what? Yeah, a couple of 25s though. I guess he had 20s before. We got a 20 and a 25 and then like an 88. Everything else has been meh. I guess we're probably looking for some better ones, huh? And this isn't looking much better either. All right. Touch of the Void. Void Sight. Love it. Like me some Void Sight. Attack 1 stun. Slam dunk. Don't need to read the rest of the card. Ooh. Consume 1 to make dark. Our prayers have been answered. Our prayers have been answered. Although 29 initiative on this kind of thing is... yeah, it's a bit awkward, but... Initiative boots, anyone? This top is fantastic. This top is... actually... pretty nuts. Void Sight will allow us to look at the top 2 cards of our attack modifier deck. You know, rearrange them, put them both on the bottom, put one on the bottom, one on the top, whatever we want to do. So we can try and hopefully draw something beneficial for the attack or whatever it is we want to try and do. And we're going to attack something for... probably going to attack them for 2 here. Let's be honest. We'll have void tokens. So attacking them for 2, stunning them, and making dark so that we're going to have a nice, powerful, you know, dark consume turn on the next turn. This is very good. Alexa agreed. I don't know if you heard that or not. He's just having a conversation with me. Yeah, this card is fantastic apart from the initiative. Like 29. The bottom heal 7, range 1, wound and poison. Ooh. Okay, the bottom is... like, I get it. It's a big heal.
Wow.
Yeah, we just won't talk about the bottom. Good thing the top is great because the bottom is truly terrible. You can't even get 2 XP for that. That's true. It's really quite bad. There's no situation where you would want to do that because at best it's really going to be a heal 6 most of the time. Because even if, let's say the character is long resting, right? They're low on health. They're like, oh, I'm really low. I'm going to long rest, get my items back. You're like, don't worry. I've got you. I'll do you a big heal. I'll give you a heal 7. Okay. So you heal them for 7, but you give them the wound and the poison, which means that when they start their long rest, they're going to take a point of damage. So your heal 7's now turned into a heal 6, really. And then when they long rest, they're just going to remove the wound and the poison. They're not going to get that 2 HP. Like, would it not have just been better to play, like, a heal 3? Like, an average-sized heal? And not have to deal with all of these other problems? I feel like there's... If you're with a team and you have someone like a Tinkerer running around doing, like, Restorative Mist, maybe... But I still feel like that's quite bad to have to do something like that, right? Hey, the Tinkerer might consider this. Great Tinkerer card. The Tinker would have it as a top action, though, just for the full-on rubbishness. Just to, like, fully commit to the bad ability. The Tinkerer would put it as a top action. Just completely commit to it. You can use this with the top of Borrowed Vitality for maximum friendship points. Yeah, heal them and then take their life away. Oh, no. Really made worse with the top action just taunting the bomb? Yeah. Some confusion on Void Sight. Let's reread Void Sight. It allows you to reveal the top 2 cards of your attack mark deck. You may then place one of those cards on the bottom and the rest on top. So it's either one on the bottom or no changes, right? Or I guess you can flip the 2 on top. So you can reorder. But you can't put both on the bottom. I think I might have said that you could do that earlier. So if I did, I apologize. I must have misspoke. I didn't understand that fully. I've already in my mind thought it was Scry when it's not Scry. It's actually not Scry. It's not exactly the same as Scry in Magic the Gathering. I sort of made that leap early and I stuck to it. And that's not how it quite works. Did it explain Void Pit yet? Just that Void Pit is essentially an obstacle. There's no card that we've had that specifically like references like you may destroy a Void Pit or all enemies next to a Void Pit. That hasn't come up yet. We have had like more cards that have placed Void Pits. And we've had a couple of cards that can destroy obstacles. But nothing specifically saying, hey, if that obstacle is a Void Pit, something else happens. Nothing like that yet. Okay, Touch of the Void. So that's, I think this is, this is far and away our best action so far. Like, I think it's not even close. This is our best action so far. And this is our worst action so far. So there you go. A tale of 2 halves. Find an opening. Attack 3. This attack ignores all retaliate damage. Consume to add a Pierce 2. That's kind of spicy. Ignores all retaliate damage. Well, generally speaking, characters with shield do also have retaliate. So that's the Pierce 2 is pretty useful here. Most characters that they will have both. Or they'll have a turn like where they shield up and then they retaliate as well at the same time or something. Oh, look, the designer hates Flame Demons too. Yeah, it's a pretty good anti-Flame Demon card. Potentially good against golems as well, I would say. Who else retaliates? It's annoying. Like, elite guards? Pretty good to them too. Frost demons? Do wind demons retaliate? I mean, they have shield, but maybe not. I mean, there's a fair amount of enemies that have retaliate. Harrower and Deep Terrors. Yeah, good calls. Yeah, Harrowers are rough. Deep Terrors too. Yeah, this is a nice way to kill those guys, for sure. There's a good amount of enemies that this would be okay. And I guess I'm surprised this isn't an X card, actually, I will say. Because this feels like an X card, right? I mean, it's attack 3 is still okay. Like, even if you ignored all of this, you were just attacking a regular person, like a regular thing. And it's attack 3. It's very, like, it's probably a little bit below the power level. But, of course, in the scenarios where this actually matters, it's probably above the power level. Well, it is above the power level. So it's like, it feels like an X card, because it's a card that I would probably drop if the scenario just didn't have any retaliate enemies in. For probably anything else. 15 initiative, though. This is our earliest initiative so far. Maybe that's enough. Hounds? Oh, yeah, hounds have retaliate too. Good call. Yeah, 15 initiative. This is amazing. So our best initiative so far. So maybe that's enough to warrant it being a level 1, not an X, because we probably want to play it. Void Sight. We like Void Sight. All allies add +1 attack to all attacks targeting enemies that are adjacent to you or Void Pit. There you go. That's the first thing we've had. The first specific reference to Void Pit giving us Void Pit obstacles, giving us some kind of bonus. I mean, if we can chuck them around. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that. That's really cool. Do we have that many? We don't have any ranged attacks though, right? Do we? Well, I guess we go late and then we go early, but then this is a bottom action, so we wouldn't be able to move. Oh, we could move the way with our teleports, right? With our attack 2 with teleport on the top. I'm trying to think what would be a good use for that. Surprisingly, we are a melee character. I predicted that we would be a ranged character, but actually we've been all melee so far. This kind of thing usually feels like a ranged thing. At least it does to me. Because you just kind of like, we want to be safe. No range so far, yeah. Good in 4-player. Yeah, that's a good point. It's actually going to be a weaker in 2-player. But if you are playing 4-player, then this can add up. Also, things like summons could get bonuses from this. So if you're playing with like a summon heavy build, you can do this in the right spot. I like the way that it kind of works for both you and for the Void Pit. So if you've just managed to kind of toss an obstacle towards the back, you know, maybe you kill some enemies, then at least your allies have got some other like buff against something else. It's quite versatile because this sort of thing is usually like more limited. It's usually sort of like, well, you know, you have to be adjacent to me and you get +1, but you have to be adjacent to me. And that is sometimes a bit tricky. But it is only enemies that are adjacent, so I guess that's harder to control. It's harder to control where the enemies are than you are, right? Your allies are, of course. So I like it. This is very, very, very playable card. Very, very playable card. Two good ones back to back here. I'm looking for a ranged attack. The game. They know it. I mean, could be better, but this has got me excited. Okay. Reaching Darkness. Attack 2, range 5. Create dark. Awesome. Create a void token. Awesome. Instant include. We know we need a little bit more dark generation. We get a free void token on top of it as well. This range 5 means that we're going to be able to hit pretty much anything in the room. You shouldn't struggle to hit anything with it. Yes, it's only an attack 2, but it is absolutely a kind of it's like a starter for you. Like it's like a combo starter, an opener that will do a little bit of damage, get you an element, get you a token, so get you moving. So this I could see this to be a very popular like turn 1 of the game style ability, because it just gets things going for you. You're like, great, I've got that there, I've got that there. I can start, you know, I can start doing my combos. I can start doing stuff. Feels like a combo starter, right? Plus the void star from the bottom action in the last card. Yeah, plus you could just do this if you wanted to. I feel like this is a late initiative, which is kind of interesting. Would you want to go like on 15? I mean, I like this because, to be honest, this action here, you could go on a 15. You could maybe go on a 79. Maybe you don't want to use the bottom here. In a scenario where the enemies start further away, maybe you just go late and you don't worry about it. Let them come to you. It's interesting. I like this though. I think this is going to be a really necessary card to kind of keep things moving. Keep things moving for us. This was one you played once in the first rest cycle and then usually never again. Interesting. Well, I guess once it's kind of done its part, then... But then I would... how important is the dark, I suppose? That's really what it comes down to. If the dark's super important, we do have another way of getting it, right? Where was the other dark? Here. Which is also something we use quite a lot of, so... But look at that. Like, that's a really... Like, you could do turn 1. Turn 1 could be... I mean, you obviously, on the first turn of the game, you probably wouldn't want to do this. I mean, you could if you wanted to do the void side, but it feels like a waste because you're not going to get a buff. So you could do like attack 2, range 5. Maybe create an obstacle, right? Move 3, you then got sort of 2 up. Which means you're going to be muddled. Sure, a little bit annoying, but it's not really going to affect this character too much. Then on the next turn, you're going to have dark, and you're going to have two tokens up. Could go for something like this. If you needed to heal or you just wanted to get regenerate going early, you could go for something like that. I feel like that's quite strong. Or you just go straight in for the touch of the void. Create dark again. So you're going to link kind of dark for a few turns, maybe? It seems like a very good starting card. Like, combo starter to me. Nice to have a ranged attack in the mix with all of the melee attacks. Yeah, that can be really good sometimes. You just need... Like, Spare Dagger is not a amazing card, but on the brute, just having those odd times when you can't quite get to something just gives you something to do. You don't want too many turns of you just being like, well, unfortunately I can't quite get to the enemy, they're too far away, or they've moved now, or you killed the one I was going to attack, so there's nothing for me to do. So just having the odd ranged attack, yeah, I do value it, definitely. Yeah, I think you're right. You learned from Lanipot having one ranged attack on a volatile melee character is super nice. Yeah. It doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't have to be glamorous. It doesn't have to like do a bunch of damage. But just being able to create an element and do a bit of damage and, you know, get our resource going with our void token, I think is useful. Once I see the level X cards, it might be a hard decision on what to cut. Okay. Well, let's look at the bottom of this. It's a burn ability. So one enemy within range 5 suffers 2 damage. You may consume a void token or use a void token to teleport to any hex adjacent to that enemy and perform an attack to stun. So basically this is like a weird mix of abilities. Okay. So it's 2 pure damage. It's a teleport 5. 4 or whatever. You know, it's adjacent, so it could be a 4. Could be a 6. Depends on which side of them you teleport to, right? You can go to any hex adjacent, so could be a 4, could be a 6. And then an attack 2 with stun. There's quite a lot of abilities there, chat. 2 pure damage, a big move, an attack 2 stun, create an element, and it's on the bottom, so could lead to some nice combos. It's an interesting one. Pretty cool to reach out and whack something with that bomb. Yeah, I mean, I think this is... It's actually okay. Like, I don't mind this at all. As a throwaway burn ability, it's going to do something that's useful for you for that round. It's going to position you well. The problem with a lot of these bottom burns is sometimes they're quite boring. They're like, hey, here's a big move, burn a card. Hey, here's like a bottom attack. It's sort of like a low value attack. You know, here's a burn. This kind of mixes in a few different kind of abilities that could be quite useful. Because this could be like 4 damage to a target. Plus, obviously, you drawing modifiers. There's some variance there about what could happen with this character. It could be a bad thing. Could do less than 4. You definitely want to have a void token. If you don't, this is bad action. Very bad action. And maybe in a pinch, it's okay. Range 5 is just nice, period. Yeah, on the top and on the bottom. I agree. Does this character stun thematically because of his stank bits? I mean, they can't... His odor just stuns people. Does he even have an odor? They're not made of rocks. I mean, I guess rocks can smell. Yeah, they make like stinky volcanic gas stink. Moving on. One with nothingness. So we have our first X card. Void Sight. Invisible. And Disarm Self. Dark. Token. 1 XP. So it's very much like a setup sort of turn. What does this combo well with? What initiative was it? 31. Not amazing. Good door opener. Long rest. Yeah, maybe like preemptive long rest. But then the element goes away, right? It's kind of, the element's kind of wasted. There is a CS item to allow for immune to disarm. Okay. Well, if you could do that, that's not bad. With the Gloomhaven rules, is Invis on door into a long rest card. Yeah, I suppose. But is that not like dead weight a little bit? Do you not think? Although what I will say is this character's mostly melee based, so there I could foresee you needing to just take a round off, like, guys, I'm getting beaten up, and maybe that could help, and then you could pop like a regenerate, and then you could safely get some regenerate triggers. Problem is the initiative is not amazing for that. Would be kind of nice to do this and then disarm myself afterwards. Like, I've already done my attack for the round. It's fine. I guess the Void Sight is kind of nice to at least set up as well, maybe, for another turn. A little bit of incremental value there. You'd rather waste an element than waste an attack next turn. Yeah, no, you're totally right there. The element is like, it's a nice thing to have, but it's not a deal breaker. Can use that enemy suffer 1 damage top, you suppose, but you probably want the bottom attack on their card anyway. Yeah. This is a hard one to judge because it's got all of the right kind of words on it. But disarming yourself, if you play around it, isn't really a drawback. But 31 initiative is not great for this kind of effect. Like if you were in trouble, like if you were in the middle of a bunch of enemies and you're like, oh guys, I really need to go early and get out of here. I need to get out of jail, you know, turn. I need to make myself safe. Then 31 initiative on this doesn't do it. So then you're kind of forced into using maybe your 15, which to be honest, might not be terrible. Because if you've jumped into the middle of the enemies, you could always use the bottom of this and then everyone's going to get this buff. So maybe that's a good way of playing it. Jump in. Then on the next turn, go 15 initiative. Void Sight. You get to do double Void Sight too. And then all of your allies are going to get a buff. And you're just going to go invisible. And then you long rest next turn, maybe. That seems like a pretty... And that's not... That would require some planning, but it's not... That doesn't feel too unreasonable, right? It's another friendship card. You're out for 2 rounds. You guys figure it out. Yeah, another nice one with the cooperative element. Although it will be cooperative if you do it like this. Because then you're just going to be kind of a block. And everyone can get the benefit from it. That to me seems like quite a good use. I'd be interested in trying that out and seeing how well that worked. That might still be a bit too cute. But it seems like on paper that would be quite a good turn, right? The bottom is move 3, consume a token to get teleport to Muddle South. Well, yeah, Muddle is whatever for us. Part of the business of being a Hollowpact, so... I think that's... I mean, are you really going to care about having the teleport over the move 3? Is it worth you consuming a token here? In the odd spot, yes, because it's going to be like a jump. But a lot of the times, move 3 is probably going to get you to the same spot. Because teleport 2 is not a big teleport. And the teleport 4 that we saw earlier, that's a big teleport. Situational, yeah. The move 3 really lowers the value of the teleport 2. Yep, I totally agree. It makes the card feel weird. Like, sure, it gives you some flexibility, but in terms of like, if you've, you know, poured sweat and blood into getting these things, this is not a good use of this consume when there's already a move 3 here. I guess you could move 3, then you could teleport an additional 2. So it's not, yeah, maybe that's, I'm misreading the card slightly. I'm misrepresenting the card a little bit. It's a move 3, then it's a teleport 2 after the move 3, which is because of these dots. Yeah, so that's a bit different. So it could get you a bit further. So it is almost like a move 5. And potentially you could move 5 hexes in a row. But it's still... I mean, that's okay. That's pretty good, actually. Let's move 5. I'll take that. That'll pretty much get you to where you need to be. Maybe I was a bit harsh on it initially. This is actually 2 separate actions, basically. And you can do both of them. You'd rather spend void tokens for plus attack though. Yeah, but isn't there going to be... There's going to be times when we're just going to have void tokens and we don't need to attack. Or there's going to be particularly a scenario which is... there's going to be a scenario where it's like just you need a bunch of move. Although, saying that, this character also has some other good moves. So I don't think we're like struggling necessarily for moves, but... Yeah, this card's an interesting one. Generally, I would go invisible. Let's get it. But the disarm is a bit of a drawback. But perhaps we can find a really good turn somewhere in there. So this is definitely a card I'd like to play with. Just to figure it out. Rather have a jump 3-4 or something. Yeah, I think being able to just have like it all in one movement and be able to be modified by boots would be better. Yeah. So Hollow Embrace. One adjacent ally may perform an attack 2, range 2, target 2 with wound. Hey. If they do, gain 1 void token. That ally suffers 1 damage per enemy. Why? Ah. Is this the first actual decent heal we've got as well? Like an actual targeted heal? Oh, apart from the burn one. The terrible burn one. I mean, it uses their deck. I'm surprised that we only gain 1 void token for this. And enemies, allies suffering 2 damage. I mean, it's a very strong attack, though. I mean, it's very strong. Like, this is better than, whatever it is, Touch of the Void. The Void Warden one, where it's like poison, then you attack. This is better than that. And that was very playable. But the Void Warden had more heals that they could give your allies. This is the one you can do while disarmed. That's fair, actually. That's a very good point. Works very well with this. I guess you would go late. And just get somebody to come next to you. This is a very strong attack, I will say. Because it's 2 damage, so that's 4. And then wound, 5-6. Non-burn. So it's... And that's like at level 1, right? And then obviously, you know, depending on your modifiers and stuff, you're going to have potentially a good chance to improve that as time goes on. You like to think he conjures weapons out of the air to attack? Or out of the ether to attack? This is what this kind of thing is? Well, how do you get, like... At least this one you get to ask their opinion. I'm thinking, like, what is the... Is this you, like, mind controlling them? This feels more like you're being nice to them. Because it says, oh, your ally may perform. Could you do, like, 2 damage to a summoned ally? Are there any easily accessible summon enemies that can apply statuses? Yes, you could do it with Thorn Shooter. However, that would need to be enhanced. You would kill it. Because it only has... Does Thorn Shooter have 3 health at level 1? Well, it's always a level 1, but... Is it... It's either 2 health or 3 health, right? Thorn Shooter? It's only range 2 as well, actually, which is quite restrictive. I think this is strong, but there's a few things kind of like... kind of pegging it back from being crazy. They may choose to not make this attack. Well, you'd hope that they would choose to. This is a decent thing for an X card because you only really like this on another melee class with a good modifier deck to hide behind. Yeah, but it's a ranged attack though. So does a melee... I mean, they might end up making disadvantaged attacks. Which at level 1 is not good. You know, they could in theory take 2 damage to do... You know, a couple of maybe... Well, the wound's kind of good, but... You know, they might not actually... That attack 2 might not end up being very good in the end. Yeah, this is a fair... I agree it's a fairly good X card, though. It feels like a card that is... Like, 1 or 2 numbers away from being broken. Also see why there's no enhancement dots here. Because if, for example, you can increase this to range 3, I think suddenly you're like, yeah, this is... Like, this adds up. Like, this means that you're always going to get the target too, which is going to be good. You know, if you could increase it to an additional target, of course, or additional attack. Like, so, no enhancement dots here. Pretty key indication that this card has been like, these are the numbers that we're happy with. We think this card is fair for this. You know? No more. No more. You just had a spider descend from your ceiling right onto your keyboard as you were typing. It can sense the void. It's drawn to it. Bottom's a great little heal. So 53 initiative, heal 2, range 3, consume dark for +1 heal, and regenerate. Yeah, that's good. We'll take that. And actually, we can target our allies with it. What? What is this? Witchcraft. This is not something we usually do. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. To be honest, bottom heals are generally very useful. But not so useful on a melee character. Because you're going to have to move around a lot. Like, this character's always going to be moving. Just because, you know, enemies run away. Or you kill them and you need to move on to the next enemy. So unlike a ranged character that can maybe, like, sit on one spot and go, I'll kill you. Then I'll kill you. Then I'll kill you. This character will need to move a fair amount. But we do have a couple of top moves. So possibly that would free up this heal action. You were right about the X cards being maybe a bit difficult to, you know, to cut or add. Like, I felt like this one is probably an auto include most of the time. Because this bottom action, actually, thinking about it, I think kind of tips it over the edge, over the top. As just being good value. And then occasionally you'll get the top. Really wish this initiative was usable, though. Not a good friendship card, taking it out. Greed before need. Oh, this is our loot card. Loot 1. One adjacent enemy suffers 1 damage. If they do, gain a void token. Would it have been that bad if they'd flipped the ordering of this? Do you think it would be too good? So that if an enemy was on 1 health, you could play Greed Before Need. 1 adjacent enemy suffers 1 damage. If they do, gain that token, so you kill it, and then you get to perform a loot 1 action. Would that have been too bad? Been too good? Like, because that's all I see when I read this card, is I feel like, oof. Like, kind of like a miss. Like, is it because it was too good? Like, it to me, it immediately feels like that's what the card should do. But then maybe that's too easy to loot. That's way better. Yeah, exactly. Because I felt like the top of this is just not good. I guess maybe you could go late with it. Maybe play like a really late move card on the bottom and then go and get some loot, do 1 damage, create your token, then go early on the next turn and maybe use the token. Maybe. It's like, just doesn't get me excited. Fits the title of the card though. Get the gold first. Greed before need. Yeah. But is this a character that really... Is this a character that would really care about gold thematically? Like, I get that they've kind of like been, you know, kind of touched by the void and they're using these kind of void powers. Would they be someone who really like wants to grab loot, or would they be... I could see it from both. To be fair, I could see it from both ways. I could see it from, yeah, they might be quite a selfish character, so therefore they want to accumulate personal wealth, you know, but also I could see them being like consumed by that, so just taking damage. It's rare for a loot action to be exciting, and I think you've hit the nail on the head there and addressed like a serious problem with Gloomhaven. And Frosthaven looks like it's doing a better job to solve that problem, because loot actions are necessary for playing the game sometimes, but they can often be very boring. So you think it's all right? Yeah, I guess I'm just a bit annoyed that it could have been more exciting. The 33 initiative is actually probably just okay for this character. Move 3, consume any element to create dark. That could be quite good. Another friendship card. Steal your buddy's elements to make your own element. Yeah, sure, why not? Just ruin all your buddies' time. They spent all this time powering up, getting their fire ready. I'm going to use that fire next turn. Okay, sure. Not. Yes, loot 1 on top is good, at least, because usually it's on the bottom. Yeah, at least you can position yourself to go in and do looting on a single turn. Move in, loot. So, I mean, it's fine, but it's... Oh, I just kind of wish you could potentially get that, because the red guard has a card that does that. Red guard has a card that does 1 damage, then loots. Has 2 cards. Is it 2 cards to do it, or just 1? One of the sickles. One of the level 1 sickles. I think it's the one level 1 sickle, right? It's an eclipse that gets into others' way. Should have been late initiative to make sure you can take the element your friend just made. Yes, for ultimate BM. Love it. Yeah, I mean, this card is... I mean, if you have lots of elements kicking around because your party's making a bunch and they're not consuming them, then I could see this to be probably a fine pick, a fair pick, and maybe even a good pick. Certain scenarios that require you to take loot cards with them, you can do worse than this for sure as well. So, ooh, we're on to level 2s now. All right. So what are we hoping to see? Level 2s and things onwards. I think I'm looking to see hopefully some big triple token consume, like use. Some kind of attack that we have to consume all 3 tokens for. But it is like crazy. That's what I want. That's what I'm looking for. Something like stupid. Or maybe something that also interacts with the obstacles as well, which more of this stuff seems to be coming up. That could be cool too. What do I think I'll cut at level 1? Honestly, I don't play loot cards, so I wouldn't be playing this, like, at all. This is pretty good. The problem is there's quite a few cards that have, like, a decent... Honestly, I'd probably actually wouldn't be playing Channel of the Void. I know that seems a bit nutty, but the fact that this is a very limited card, I might not play this. It'd be fun to try out, though, but I'm not convinced. This seems like too good initiative to just move around as well. This seems quite good as well. See, the bottom of this is just too good. Too good for its own good. To be fair, maybe actually, like, Albin's right. I mean, Reaching Darkness is a card that doesn't do a lot. Plays a part. I don't know. I feel like I would need to play a little bit before I could confidently say anything about that. There's a stun card in level 1. Oh, yeah. If we want to talk about the best level 1 card that we have, it's this. Attack 1 stun. Consume to get +1 attack. Create dark. 1 XP. And we get Void Sight beforehand. I think this is our best level 1 ability on its own. Probably not our best, like, total card. Like, because there's a couple of other cards that are, like, really quite cool. Oh, I'll tell you what. I could also maybe see you dropping Withering Deluge, because this is just a big burn attack. This is quite nice for creating obstacles, though. You know, me and my obstacles, I would struggle to get rid of something like this. But that could be another one. Because it is just a big attack. Just replace that with consistent play and control. Actual honest problem for you. The consuming void symbol looks so close to consuming dark at a glance. Maybe you need a new pair of glasses. I mean, you've got both of them there. There is a similarity there. I think maybe that's also a lot of that, though, is because you're not used to seeing it. It's like we've been conditioned to look at Gloomhaven cards in a certain way, and this is always just an element. So maybe your brain is just filling in the blanks. Like, oh, it's dark. There's only one element that's this kind of color, right? So maybe that's also your mind playing some tricks on you there. You think it's okay? You see a lot of the purple. Yeah, maybe it's just more of a... I think maybe it's more of a conditioning thing, because you're just used to seeing... Like, this looks like an element, because it's the same layout. And at a glance, you're not used to this symbol, but you're used to this one. So maybe your mind just fills in the gaps a little bit. Okay, anyway, on to level 2. So, this is the right card, right? No, this is the first card. Nether Binding. Push 3 and immobilize. Target 1 adjacent enemy. Okay. Well, first off, that's control. Straight up. Not glamorous control, but it's control. You may place 1 void pit obstacle in an empty hex adjacent to the pushed enemy. If you do, gain a void token and 1 XP. 64 initiative, though. I suppose you could go late and move up to somebody. How do we feel about this one, chat? This feels very fine to me. This feels very okay. You like the second card for level 2 better than the first? Well, so far, I'm just okay with this. What do you guys think? It's like a melee stun? Yes, but... yeah, I mean, it can be. But it's on a bad initiative, 64, for that kind of thing. And also, there will be enemies where it does nothing against, right? So this will be a card where sometimes you'll have it in your hand and you'll be like, this just doesn't really help me. If a top isn't an attack, I need it to wow you personally. It's a fair point because top attacks are really what you need because it pushes things forward, right? So if you let's compare this to other kind of good top control abilities. So we've already got one that's an attack that's a stun. So this is much worse than one of the control cards we already have. Much worse. You have, like the Void Warden one, which was the disarm, which is kind of similar in a way to this, but it disarms and moves them. But obviously disarm is more premium than immobilize. I think this is pretty meh. Like, it's fine. I'm not unhappy, but I'm also not really jazzed. And it's certainly not like when you're like, yay, I leveled up. What cards do I get? I'm not jumping for joy for this thing. I'd probably be thinking like, oh, what am I dropping for this? I don't really know. Not OP, but decent control and things that are good for your engine. Yeah, I suppose it's making an obstacle. It's making your token. Void Pit is more control, especially if you use the Frosthaven push up to rule. You can play it with the... That's true. If you play that rule. Does give you some more flexibility with it. Yeah, you could in theory... What? I guess the idea... I guess the idea here is, let's say you were against a room full of melee enemies, right? If you could find like a way to kind of push one enemy, immobilize them, then put the obstacle in a really tactical spot so that the other enemies then really couldn't attack because he's blocking a hex now because he's immobilized. He's not going to move off his spot. And then the obstacle's also blocking like some kind of pathway. So in theory, this could be... I do think it's a little bit Magical Christmas Land, but there could be a reasonable expectation that this could control more than one enemy because gives you a lot of just placement ability and a lot of ways to just kind of gum up the board in very specific places, especially if you're playing that Frosthaven rule where you can push up to 3. It gives you more control over it, right? And there's a place Void Pit, bottom level 1 card. Yeah, so you could, in theory, place 2 obstacles in a turn. Which, we had to wait for Rock Slide for that on the crack art. Here you go, Ezzy. Looks like a decent card to play after disarming Invisible Self. If not attack, so it's an option. That's true. Good point. It is a nice one that we could play after that. And if we're invisible, we don't really care so much about the initiative. Yeah, it would be nice to obviously immobilize an enemy early to stop them from maybe attacking an ally. But if our ally's a tank and maybe they can sort of deal with it for a little while, take one turn of hitting, then, the initiative problem kind of goes away. Yeah. Sounds like a good explosive punch chance. Yeah. You're personally a great fan of the Magical Christmas Land, so you saw this and wanted to make the obstacle build work from here on. Well, if you're going to play like an obstacle-heavy build, then this is... Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is something you'd want to include. Right, so 64 initiative, as we said, is pretty bad, really. Not really very usable at all. Possibly usable if I guess you were invisible, then it wouldn't really matter. Consume 1 void token to get teleport 5. This teleport must end in a hex adjacent to an ally. Nah. I mean, maybe at the end of like if you're at the room, but you're a melee character, so you're going to be moving around. I don't know about that one. That seems too specific for me. Seems very restrictive. I'd much rather this be like a teleport 3 without that. Because trying to get max value out of that seems hard. Heal 4. Affect 1 adjacent ally. Wounds. Dark and Earth. I mean, if they're long resting, I guess it's okay, but then it's just a heal 3. This is okay. It makes dark. It's like a heal 3 and a teleport 5. Yeah. The obstacle build is more range, so this helps you catch up if you're at the back, but the melee build doesn't like this. Yeah. Maybe my mind's more in I mean, I like to play my Krakar as a melee character, so maybe that's where my head's at. But yeah, I just don't feel like this teleport 5 is going to be... I mean, I'm sure it will come in occasionally, but I would just much rather it be a much lower amount without this caveat. This can be used to retreat if you go early and have teleported in the round before, but the heal is the most fun part anyway. What does it do to you? Realize? Would the 2 elements be worth it? You're not caught up on this character cost. Hey, Renz. Dark, yes. So far, we haven't seen use of Earth. We haven't seen use of Earth. But this could be just a little bit of a thematic thing that's been chucked in, because we're kind of like a crag heart that's kind of gone rogue. You know, embraced the dark side. So this could just be a bit of a thematic nod to kind of like our character. And obviously heal can sometimes generate earth and light. There's usually the 2 elements that seem to be banded around with that. This is a friendship card as well. Top pushes an enemy into a friend and bottom wounds them. Instant pick. Okay. So I'm not super high on this card, but I can appreciate what you guys are saying, that this is actually quite a good... If you want to go for obstacles and you want to go all in on obstacles, this is actually a pretty valuable action for that. Right, Shrouded Grasp. Attack 3, immobilize. Nice. We can then... So this is also control. So, you know, we can kind of do a similar thing. Just run away afterwards, right? Have some similar opportunities. If we consume Dark, Invisible and Curse Self. Ooh. Now, I like this. I mean, because the curse, it's like, oh, we get the curse in there. Might be kind of annoying. But then with our Void Sight, we could, in theory, just kind of just push that curse to the bottom. Maybe we can avoid it. We're going to be muddled a lot, and we're going to have ambiguity. So also, we could just draw the cursed card as our second card to get rid of it. That would actually be super good way of playing it.
A little bit spicy.
Muddle yourself by having too many tokens. Then do Void Sight. Flip curse plus something that would be ambiguous. Put the ambiguous card first, curse second. You do your attack. Flip them both. Then you'd have to take the first card because of ambiguity. Right? And then the curse card will go away. No, because it would be still positive. You take the worst. This is really working. No, because it's a positive thing, right? Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking because ambiguity is a positive thing. Like this has a it's considered to be a positive effect, just non-numerically. It's a non-numerical, unmeasured positive advantage. So if you are muddled, you would still take the worst card, which would be the curse. But you could still try and push it to the bottom, right? We can still try and push it to the bottom, which would be fun. Gawazi, thank you so much for the resub, buddy. I really appreciate it. I hope you're doing well, buddy. The quest continues, my friend. 9 months now. Thank you so much for hanging out with us and supporting for 9 months and being a part of the community. I appreciate it, buddy. I hope you're doing well. Shouldn't compare like this, but it makes you feel like Camouflage is such a broken card. Camouflage is nuts, actually. But this is also very good. Because you can immobilize, then you can go invisible. And guess what? Well, this combos really well with as well. That little 15 initiative card. Because we could just stay where we are, right? And we could void sight. Oh, man. That guy's... You're going to be next to him. He's going to be immobilized. He's not going to be able to move away from you. People are going to get +1 attack on that guy. I like it. Undoubtedly very strong. This is not enough of a downside, in my opinion, to put me off. This is too good. This will not put me off. At all. Invisible plus immobilize equals stunned enemy. Well, melee enemy, yes. Pretty much, but you're right. Very good. Very powerful. Am I liking the character so far? I think it's... Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Scry in Magic as a mechanic. And this is not quite Scry, but it's very similar with the Void Sight stuff, so I really like that. I'm still looking for some really crazy effect, but I generally like the idea of creating these tokens and then using them. That also, like, I'm planning on playing the Blink Blade as my character in Frosthaven, so that's my first pick for what character I want to play. I mean, I'll be playing solo as well, so I'll be playing a group playthrough and solo playthrough. So I'll be definitely playing multiples, but that was my first pick of what I wanted to play. So I like the idea of the kind of token economy, if you like, that this character has, which is very similar. So the one thing I guess I think the one thing that I kind of I think is clever, but maybe I slightly dislike about this character is because of the whole muddle and ambiguity side of things, it feels like they've gone very hard on a rule, right? They've created a character that quite heavily leans on a particular rule. So what if tomorrow Isaac decides, hey, do you know what? We've changed that rule. So modifiers no longer have a positive, you know, there's a numerical value to them or something, right? That particular element of the game changes because the game rules are still in flux. You know, they can change. And so I guess that would be my only downside to this, would be that there's a character, they've created it and they've lent heavily on a rule that could in theory change at some point, which would mean the character would need to be reworked. You know, it's not the end of the world, but I guess there's one minor thing that at the moment I'm like, you're really counting on people having a strong grasp of the rules of the game and understanding that particular rule, and just any random person might look at this, not really understand that rule very clearly and not really get how the character works. So that would be for me something, you know, it's not a character that somebody just reading could get really excited about because maybe they don't understand that quite much. But apart from that, I think it's good. Okay, so the bottom of this is move 2, pull 2, 23 initiative as well, by the way, which, you know, we could do with maybe some more usable initiative. So that's definitely a mark in this kind of column. Move 2, pull 2, range 3, gain 1 void token if you pull the target into a hex adjacent to you. Well, we're probably pretty happy to do that too. Pull an enemy through a trap, maybe right next to us, create the token, then immediately use the token for a top attack action. We've got plenty actions that can do that, right? Could use this if it's in a an enemy will retaliate, right? You want to try and kill a living spirit quickly. You got this to then stun it. I mean, come on. This, the muddle and poison it. Got this for just an extra 1 attack. I mean, this is strong. That's a very that's a very strong two kind of like 2 halves of a card pairing there. Both of them incredibly good, I think. Both of them have a lot of good use. Yeah, you like Shrouded Grass much more than Nether Binding. Yeah, I mean, I can see why, like, if you wanted to force the obstacle build, this is something that you can go for, but this is just such good value. And I will... Let's do a little experiment. I'm interested to know from you guys. So, when you're playing a character, any Gloomhaven character for the first time, do you approach the game like you get your character, you kind of read up maybe a little bit about them, like you'd flick through their starting cards, so you basically understand what the character's mechanics are at level 1, but you don't really understand what the build of a character is? Do you sort of just play the character and kind of see where it leads you? Or do you like to actually look, okay, I want to look like in 4 levels time, I get this card or I get this thing, and actually I want to create this specific build to go in this way? Or do you find yourself more naturally just kind of going, okay, I kind of understand what my character does at level 1, you get to level 2 and you go, oh, okay, well, this sounds like this would be like, you know, a good inclusion, or this sounds powerful, this is like something that I want. I'm interested to know like how you guys would do it. The first option. So you'd play, so Symphony, you'd play much more like, I'm just going to look at my level 1 cards. I'm going to get a brief understanding of like, okay, this is how I play my character. And then you're just going to start playing. You're not going to look too far into the future or at all. So at first you just play, Garrett. But later you do look at later options. You pick level ups blind and pick for power at that point in time. Any builds you do are accidental, not intentional. That's a good point though. A combination, one or the other. Either. So the reason why I'm interested in this, once you get to around level 4 or 5, you usually look at the higher level cards. Before that, blind. Okay. You play to support the group changes, and you might level up differently than before. Okay. So you look, so Rents, you look at like, so you do, so for example, if your group, let's say you've just retired and you retired I don't know, let's say you retired some support character and there was a gap for a support character, you'd maybe try and pick another support character to help out, try and fill in the gaps of the party. You'd pick a combo of powerful cards and fun cards as you level up. A Newt. Hey, Bones. That's going to reset that. That's always fun. That's my fault for binding that to page up. There we go. You purposely separate your theory crafting best builds from your preferred options in the moment for fun. You'd pick a combo of powerful and fun cards as you level up. Pick the characters randomly and then the cards specifically for the group. Ah, okay. That's interesting. So the reason why I ask is that, so I'm the first time I play a character, I'm very much in the first camp. I just kind of go with the flow. I try, like, you get a general sense of a character has an archetype, right? Like at level 1, you get a good sense of like, you are a damage dealing character. You are more of a support character. You're more of a tank character. These are like, oh, these are kind of gaps in what you do. Like, oh, your mechanic is to do this, but you can't quite do it as effectively as you'd like. So sometimes there's some gaps and you want to kind of fill them in with, you know, cards that make elements easier, or set enemies up in certain ways would make your other cards better. So, you know, you might not be quite have hit your stride, but you'll have a general sense of like what my character is meant to do. Like, okay, my character is like, I have this kind of thing and I have these are my strengths, these are my weaknesses, right? So when I get to like leveling up, I generally make power level decisions when I get somewhere, right? I'm going, okay, well, I got to level 2. I haven't looked at all of the cards yet that are far ahead. I'm just making power level decisions. So I look at both of the 2 cards in a vacuum. I don't assume that, okay, at level 6, this card's going to be amazing. I assume like what would be good right now. And I feel like the problem with putting a card like this next to a card like this is that although this card might be really good for a build that could get quite good at a few levels time, I think the majority of players are always going to pick this card because I think most players, and as say you guys all kind of, most of you are all in that camp, pick instinctively rather than necessarily with some grand plan in mind. And also by having a bad initiative, that kind of doubles down the issue a little bit as well, I think. Yeah, there's a thing of playing twice as 2 different builds, or is it more of a min-maxer the second time? Yeah, I think so. You still remember Triangles as the first unlock class and the second ever class you've played? What a headache at the start. Yeah, Rents, you randomly playing Triangles is... Yeah, that's gonna be hard. When starting at a higher level mid-campaign, you usually allow a house rule respec if you realize there's a better build. That's, I think, is a good rule, for sure. I actually feel like it's kind of unfair. And one thing that Gloomhaven does, or did poorly, in my opinion, was that when you do retire at, you know, prosperity level 3 or 4 or higher, that you would be forced to make definitive decisions at that point. You know, okay, great. You're creating a new character. Right, you now need to select levels 2, 3, and 4. Like, I'm like, I haven't played a scenario yet. No, but you must select 2, 3, and 4. You know? Right. I feel like a house rule there to allow... I know that you can start at any level, and then you can always choose to level up to the current, but the game doesn't... I don't know, like... I don't know, maybe a lot of people did that, but the game, to me, didn't feel like it was really preaching that. But I know that you could start in theory at any level and then immediately level yourself up to prosperity. But, you know, it was more of the point of, like, the game does put a lot of information straight at you at that point. Agreed, and the initiatives on these used to be swapped right before the release. Not sure if someone said that. No, I don't think anyone did. That would be interesting. If these were swapped... That would be a much more... That would be a different... We would be having a completely different discussion right now. Honestly. Because then, like, suddenly this card is like... Well, you have to pair it with something... Sure, you do have some 20s and things, but it doesn't really just do it all on its own. That's a very... And then you got to get... Oh, it's a low initiative and it immobilizes something maybe. I think that's a very... I'm not saying it would definitively change my choice, but I think like we might be thinking about this in a slightly different way. Nether Binding against 23 seems a lot better to you. Yeah, I mean, even if this was just comparable initiative to this, but I guess they can't have too many like early cards. That's why I don't remember that Triangles had only 6 HP, because I never played with only 6. I always leveled him up to prosperity. Fair. Although, to be fair, I did on Guildmaster, I played him at level 1. I had to. So I have done it at least once. Yeah, I think for me, like, I'm going to be picking Shrouded Grasp. It's quite clearly the better card as, like, a complete package, which I think is a bit of a shame. Because I said, like, this could have some really good implications later on down the line. And maybe if you're coming in at a higher prosperity level, you're already looking at those. But I think if you are just playing this character for the very first time, I think most players are going to instinctively move to this card. And then what that does is it then means that most people are probably going to end up playing this build, because it's like the sunk cost fallacy, right? You know, once I'm invested in something, I'm much more likely to continue to invest in that. And it's gonna drive my decisions later on down the line because I've already made a clear decision. To be honest, one's for power gamers, melee build, and one's for obstacle / fun. You'd pick one once the other next time. Yeah. Although I feel obstacles can be powerful, but sure, raw power level is always quite hard to turn down because it's just, you know, killing things and getting stuff done. That's what you want. Okay, so level 3, Empowered Assault. Move 1, attack 4. Consume to teleport 2, Muddle Self. 19 initiative. Nice early initiative there. Move 1, attack 4, then potentially teleport away. I mean, that's a lot of text. It's quite good. It's pretty good. I mean, what was Kinetic Assault? This is Kinetic Assault, right? Now it's called Empowered Assault. Hit and run kind of cards? Yeah. Kinetic Assault was playable, mainly because I played Forceful Storm. So it made it into an attack 6. So it was move 1, attack 6 is what it reads. That was good. But being able to move in, attack, and then run away, it's an interesting twist. Could like teleport behind a trap or something. Kind of fun. Or behind your own obstacles, right? You've been making. Bottom says stun. It does have the word stun written on it. Okay. Suffer 2 damage. Gain 2 void tokens. Ooh. Okay. We could consume 1 to teleport 4. Consume dark to stun. Target 1. Okay. Yeah, this is good. This is really good. This is ridiculously good. We could do a double stun with this card on 19 initiative. What we could do is we suffer the 2 damage. We gain these 2. We use 1 to teleport 4. And we use the dark here to stun 1 enemy. Then with the top of our card, with our top action, we use Void Sight. Attack 1, stun something else. Consume this to get an additional attack and make dark again. Simple. Or if there's only 1 enemy on the board, we just get double. We just do a two round stun, right? Just get next to them, stun them. Then on the next round, we just use the dark to stun them with the bottom of the other card. So we just completely lock down an enemy. They can't do anything about it. I mean, what's not to like? What is not to like? This card is very strong. Stun chaining, yeah. Read the top. Oh, it's Kinetic Assault. It's okay. Read the bottom and just read the first word stun. Auto pick. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, if it says the word stun and it doesn't have to have a burn, most of the time. Hard to compete with this. Yeah, I mean, what is the other level 3 gonna do better than what this can do? And this is what I mean about, like, you're kind of already going down a track. I feel like I'm already kind of going down a track here. And this plays into the melee build, right? Because it's going to be adjacent enemies, hopefully. Although, saying that, there's going to be some good opportunities for you to, like, use obstacles and then stun 1 enemy so that no other enemy can flow through and it just kind of locks everything down. Right, Majestic Malevolence. You got to do you got a lot of work to do, buddy. Big boots to fill. Attack 3, range 3. Consume dark to add heal 3, range 1 for 1 XP. You may perform these abilities as if you were occupying a hex with a void pit obstacle. These are independent, actually, so you don't have to do the attack 3 to do this. You could just do a heal 3. Don't have to do the attack. I mean, it's okay. It's better than Kinetic Assault, though. I guess it's comparable to Kinetic Assault. Pretty similar. No stun trash. This card is different in TTS. Maybe it got changed. These are the cards from... Well, these are the cards from the Dropbox file. So, I mean, if they've changed... I mean, these were compiled when the first printing of Crimsonscales was done. So as long as there's been no changes between that and these, then this should be fine. Then and now. Which I don't think so. Plus, this is quite an old character, right? It's been around for a while. This is really the better one, but the other one has a pit on it, so you took that one. This is the one with the pit. You may create a void pit obstacle in an empty hex within range 3 and gain a void token. Consume 2 to add attack 3 muddle. Target an enemy adjacent to this obstacle. Honestly, if this said like all enemies adjacent to this obstacle, I'm in. I'm in. Perhaps this would have to not gain one. Like, so that it's not so simple to just kind of get the extra one. Like, this feels like a lot just to do one attack. It's one attack 3 with model. And I have to also have another token. Like, it doesn't even self power. Either this should give us 2 or this should only be 1. That might be OP. It could be. But I just, at the moment, it's not adding up for me. Like, the value of this attack is not really adding up. I mean, it is a bottom action, though. So, you know, it's like a free attack 3. But, you know, 2 tokens is no joke. Seriously, it seems the obstacle build is pretty fun to try out. I thought the obstacle build seems like it could be decent. Like, it's not like it's bad. I think you're making like a different play style decision as well. Like, you're just trying to play a different, you know, a different style of game. You're gonna take it slower. You're slowing the game down, which is a character with 10 cards. It's not terrible to do. But if you're in a group of friends and they're all melee and you're like gumming everything up, that can be a little bit annoying. Because that is one thing that playing with a crack heart, like, it's fun to be the crack heart, but if you're in a party with the crack heart and the rest of your party are all melee and you're like, I'm gonna pull a load of obstacles, like, if they don't have jump and other things as well, it can be really obnoxious and annoying because it works well for a little while and then you just end up stuck and you can't then attack, and then other characters start missing turns as well. So the enemy's missing turns, you're missing turns. You know, the difference is the enemy can, you know, has unlimited stamina. You do not have unlimited stamina. So I feel like the obstacle build might be one to try with a specific party, and then it could be quite a lot of fun. You'd have to be careful. You have to pick a good party. It's effectively one cost since you make with the same action, but you see my point? You need to value the void pit for it to feel great. Yeah, it's just... I don't know. This to me seems a little bit too expensive. But I guess if at level 2 you've done this, maybe it works. Because you could play them both together and have a pretty fun turn on a late initiative. I mean, for me, it's going to be Empowered Assault. It's got the word stun written on it. Level 4, Void Enhanced Armory. Shield oneself, create dark. Interesting. Then attack 3. Okay. We the brute now? Stealing some brute cards. Consume 2 to add +2 attack. So this could be an attack 5, shield 1. That's pretty cool. The ordering of this card really throws me. Why is the shield action before the attack? Like, that's a really uncommon templating, isn't it? Because a card like this would usually be like... Why is it... It's because you can do the shield without the attack, I guess. But it just seems a bit strange. Like, the templating just seems weird to me. Like, most other cards would be templated a bit differently. But I guess you can just get the shield if you don't want to do the attack. Or you can't do the attack. You will say it's really easy to make void tokens. Was expecting it to be harder. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too hard. I think the whole idea is that you're trying to, like, almost make use, and then maybe on the odd couple of turns, you carry 1 or 2 over. I don't think you want to carry 3 over, but maybe if there's one card that's like consume 3 for a huge turn, which I'm hoping there is, then possibly it'll be worth it for that. You opened up TTS. The level 3 pick card is definitely different. Don't know which is supposed to be correct. Well, we can always do a very quick check. So this is Majestic Malevolence. Because as far as I'm aware, all of the files on here are supposed to be the most up-to-date, right? As far as I'm aware. Why can't I read? Majestic Malevolence. Okay. Seems to be the same as the one I've got. So maybe you need to update your TTS mod? I don't know, Albin. Worth looking into. Could just be that the TTS mod is out of date or something, or they haven't updated it, but I thought that was all updated. Yeah, going from the official website and how they are now, I would say the TTS is wrong. You're playing with the files from the site. Yeah, I mean, I would have, like, and that's obviously what's been printed, I would assume, as well, because they've just basically, here's the files that we use to print the game. So maybe the TTS has just not been updated properly. All right, anyway, Void Enhanced Armory. So I think this is pretty decent. Just a bit of strange templating. I'm not sure why this isn't below this. It just seems a bit odd to me. Maybe just to make it look a little bit nicer, but it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. But creating a shield could be quite nice if you don't kill something. Maybe if you want to take the odd hit. At level 4, what's our health? 10? We can't wear armor usually. I mean, it might save us a point of damage. I mean, attack 5 is great, though, so... Might just play it just for that. 17 initiative. You may consume a void token during your turn to add +1 attack to all of your attacks for the entire round. Okay. 2 XP, permanent ability. That seems pretty good. I mean, we don't have too many AoEs yet, right? We have 2. We have like the level 1 opposing strike, and we have the not quite opposing strike. There's like reusable AoEs. Seems quite good to me, chat. Don't know how you feel about that, but that seems pretty good to me. I should put that there so I can click through. Not quite opposing strike. Should be the official name. Opposing strike on the piss. That's what I would say here. Opposing strike on one leg. It seems this is good, so you can consume those extra voids and don't take the drawback. Yeah, that's the other thing, right? What if you consume a bunch and you just want to get rid of them? I think that's fairly unlikely, though. But I guess the problem with this is how often do we really want to just use it for the effect on the card, right? So maybe for Empowered Assault, we wouldn't mind attacking things for 5. We don't need to necessarily teleport away, right? For this, would be nice for an attack 4. I mean, the stun one is +1 attack anyway, but I guess you could get another attack. I could get, like, another one out of it. Seems quite good. Hey, Stella. Long time no see. How you doing, buddy? Hope you're doing well. We are checking out some Crimsonscales. We got a decent number of 2 targets, but so far nothing crazy. Void consume for +1 seems standard. So a bit better for the cost of an early burn. Also double down on void consumes. Oh, good. Been lurking on last few streams before I say hey. Well, hey. Good to see you, buddy. Mine's weakness with a void cost. It scales, though. This is the other thing. Is it scales? Because if we're looking at, like, you get to this level, you're like, ooh, maybe it doesn't do amazing things right now, but you know that somewhere down the line, there's going to be a good opportunity for this. Like, this is the kind of effect that's just going to get better and better and better as your character gets better. There's going to be more multi-targets, you'd hope. Maybe not, but you know, if I was a gambling man, I'd say there's probably a good chance that we're going to get some more value out of this later on down the line too. So this could be a good pick for the future. How many cards this class has? 10? Yes, 10. I mean, you don't necessarily need to do this on, like, very early as well. Could leave it. I've got yourself 7k points, but probably not the best time to summon Craig right now. Craig is currently he's currently awaiting. He's going to come in at the end, I think. A few people want to summon him because he needs to kind of comment on his shadowy brother, his like evil stepbrother, which is the Hollowpact. It does not say once per turn, right? No, so I guess in theory, let's say you had 3. You could consume 3 of them to get +3 attack. It doesn't say once during your turn you may add +1 attack to all your attack. It doesn't. It just says you may consume during your turn to add +1 attack. So yeah, you're right. In theory, if we had like 3 tokens up, we could add +3 to an attack. I mean, it doesn't say that. Reading the card, it does not say that we cannot consume 3 tokens. That's a really good observation. Is this now just broken? You feel it should be once per turn, but it doesn't say that. You feel it should imply it if it was broken without? Well, maybe, but you'd have to get the 3 tokens. So you're going to be muddled and wounded, regardless. And as this character has a very, very flat amount of damage that it does, like, you're not... I mean, I guess you had those +3s. They were pretty good. There's a fair chance that you draw, like, a -2 Earth. You can often consume them for similar effects anyway, so it ain't too OP. Yeah, I mean... You can... Most of the cards will allow you to, like, increase the attack with them. I guess the thing is that it's very flexible, because suddenly something like this goes to an attack 7, attack 6, and then we just go invisible and curse ourselves for fun. I don't know. Seems pretty good. Missed all the level 3s. Used to walk all Kiro. I've got you. There was a card with the word stun on it. We took the card with the word stun on it. To be fair, the other card was actually kind of fun too, but... If we ask till the end of the round, though, you'll have to build void tokens back up again. Yeah, I mean, you could basically spend all your tokens and then... That means you'll have no tokens for the next round. If the idea is to maybe keep, like, a nice little kind of use a token, make a token, use a token, make a token... This would not really work very well with that. Seems good though. What's the other card? Obliterate. Nice. I like the name. Attack 4, range 4, 3 hex pattern. Consume 2 void tokens to get +2 attack and disarm. Ooh. It is a burn though. Create a void pit obstacle in the hex of each enemy. Is this Meteor? They just remake Meteor. They trying to make Meteor good.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage. What was the name of the Craig level 1 card? Oh, this is Forceful Storm top. Yeah. Forceful Storm top was attack 3, range 3, disarm with this pattern. But also, this is kind of like Meteor meets Forceful Storm, I guess. Because, like, Meteor just makes a 3 hex. The problem with Meteor is that you had to, like, it creates, like, the 3 hex obstacle. But you had to have somewhere to fit it. It was always really hard, like, to try and juggle where that could go. This one, it just creates potentially a big 3 hex obstacle, but you might not kill everybody. You might only kill one thing, might kill 2 things. Meteor's such a weird card. Yeah, I agree. I don't really... I mean, I've never really played with it too much because I've never managed to get it to work properly. Even when I pick it and I'm like, I'm forcing it, you'll end up in a scenario where there's no place it could possibly fit. It's really weird. Obliterating Storm, yeah. 13 initiative, though. So if this has got a good bottom ability, this could be a contender. Move 4, push 2. You may push the target into hexes containing obstacles. If you do, gain a void token for each obstacle. Destroy the obstacle on the target. Ooh, okay. So here's the void pit payoff. Bit of void pit payoff. Both of these cards are excellent. Excellent. Really good. I mean, this is 18 damage plus disarm. Pretty good. This, though, as well. Attack 5, shield 1. I mean, it's an attack 5, which is, I guess, good. The shield 1, it might come into play a little bit, but you're not really a tanking character. I guess it might save you a bit of one point of damage or something. Is my cam frozen? Was I just being very still? I don't think so. Is this our highest non-burn move so far? We had a teleport 4, which was non-burn. We've had a couple of those, and that's, you know, arguably the best form of move, because it kind of ignores a lot of stuff, but can't be added to with boots, and can't be like changed on the fly. So move is more flexible, I guess, because you can add things, items and what have you to it. But teleport is like just zoom. There's a teleport 5. Oh yeah, there was, right? This one back here? No. That was on the level 2 card, right? Was it? Yeah. Nether binding, yeah. Yeah, but again, this was conditional, right? So I feel like this is conditional enough that I think you can kind of discount this. I think like it's more about the move, the teleport 4s, right? Ooh, baby. What a choice. What a choice. I actually feel like Obliterate is the better card here. Are we playing obstacles even if we're not... Like, we're playing a hybrid build? I think we probably will end up being a bit of a hybrid, right? There's still going to be a few level 1 cards that might create obstacles for us. We're not, like, locking obstacles away and not playing with them. There's still things we might be doing. Plus, of course, there's just obstacles that might be in the scenario anyway. Especially if we're wrong about the stacking bottom. I actually do feel like this is stackable to +3. I mean, I'll tell you what you could do in theory as well. So you could actually get this above 3. So let's say we have this in play, right? We have this in play. We have 3 tokens. We start our turn. We have 3 tokens. We are next. The first thing we can do is we can burn all 3 tokens to add +1 attack for the entire round, right? So we burn the 3 tokens. So they're gone. Then we use our 2 actions to generate more tokens. And then we have our attack. So then we have like a move, create token or whatever. So we have something like, where's the move make tokens? Where's the move make token? Maybe we don't have a move make token. Ah, maybe we don't have a move make token. Maybe that's how we can't go above 3. Because in theory, you can burn this at any time during your turn, right? I guess you could have had this at level 3. Oh, some of the make obstacles ones, right? Do they make them? Where are the make obstacle ones? Oh, you want to go really hard? Okay. And then you just burn more. Right? Make more. Burn them all. Just keep that going. I think you could get to 5. You couldn't get more than 5, but you could get 5. And it's during the entire round. And then someone like Void Warden could come up to you and go, here you go, have another attack. It does seem a bit Magical Christmas Land, but you could do this at any point. Burn the world? Yeah. If you're allowed to stack, then it trivializes the whole excess void is harmful thing. It just seems weird. Well, if you can't stack, then in my opinion, the card is worded poorly. Because it wouldn't have taken a lot to just put, you may consume like once per round during your turn. You may consume this to add, do you know what I mean? Like it would maybe add a little bit more text, but let's be honest, this box isn't overflowing with text. It would add a little bit more. But there's already plenty of like good templating out for that makes perfect sense. But it's been written in this way. Like, in my opinion, if the intention was not to stack, it would be incredibly easy to show that it doesn't stack. Like it's like 3 extra words, you know, reorder the sentence just slightly. It's not. I think it's deceptive because the first glance of it, I think everybody's thoughts, mine included, the first time we read it, I thought, oh, it's like once per round I could maybe get a +1 attack buff. Okay. That's how I read it. That's how I understood it immediately. But actually, when in chat you guys said, can you stack that? Like, oh, like rereading it now, I'm like, huh, yeah. I do think you would so the thing is you would still have to take some of the void harmful abilities, right? Because you would have to end your turn the previous round with like 3. So you would get Muddle and Wound because you only get those effects if you end your turn with them. So you would still have them. You would still have Muddle and Wound. So for this round, you would be buffing up your attack, but it would be a muddled attack. But again, as we know, this character doesn't care too much about muddle. I mean, it still means that you might have a... You know, there's a chance that you have a bad draw. But if, on the previous turn, you use Void Sight to make sure that you are going to draw something good, or to double check that it's clear for you to go all in, then you just go all in. No risks. It'll be funny to see how, like, the economy of that works. Time to use all those 3 rings to break the game if it stacks. Yeah. What you'd want to do is you'd want to spend your first turn, just, you'd want to have this out. You'd want to have, like, 3. Consume all 3. Try and make as many as possible. Consume them. Then you'd want to do like a second chance ring, take another turn, play Ring of Haste, Ring of Potato to make more, consume them again. You could get up to like some ridiculous number. I mean, you're still going to be doing like an attack 5 plus maybe like a buff of like 8. So you'd be doing something like maybe like an attack 12. Obviously, on something like this, you'd be maybe doing like 10, so you'd be doing 20 damage, but you would have spent a lot of resources to do that. You spent a lot of resources to do that. Maybe it's so much of an investment, it doesn't matter. As long as they don't give us a broken card, all right? We'll keep this in mind, because if we see a card that says attack all enemies, it's over. Not even close. If there's a card at like level 6 that says like it's unstable upheaval, it's the new version of unstable upheaval, it's over. This is the pick. But if there isn't a card like that, maybe it's so much of an investment, maybe it's not quite worth it. And actually, if that's the case, if the case is this is single time use, then I think this is probably the more exciting card. But the problem is that you're probably, unless you're playing obstacle cards from level 1, if you have gone the more kind of like melee damage build, then this is probably the right card to pick, because you might not actually be able to get enough advantage out of this. Although you might still. The push 2 is a little bit limiting. This is begging to be enhanced to a 3, right? Because the maximum you're going to be able to do is get 4 damage out of it. It would be really cool if you could get more. You think it probably slipped through the proofreading? I was intended to be once per round, but you wrote a question to the FAQ, so we'll see. I honestly feel like I don't think it slipped. Because you can damn well be sure someone's tried to break that already. Like, I wouldn't be very surprised if one of the playtesters did not, like, go, can I just do that? Because, like, you just need to, like, if you read the card a couple of times and you don't just immediately make that leap, like that assumption that you've had from maybe other cards of similar type, I think, yeah. I'd be very surprised if someone hasn't tried that. But we'll see, because maybe there's no card that really pays that off. If there's no card that really pays that off, I think that's another kind of like, well, they've thought about it. Okay, level 5, Stalking Quarry. Teleport 3 to a hex adjacent to an enemy that is adjacent to no other figures. Okay. Bit specific, but sure, should be okay. I'm loving the initiatives we're getting here, by the way. We've had a good run of initiatives. 14 on this one. Attack 4. Consume 2 void tokens to add +2 attack. So attack 6. Consume dark to make immobilize. So basically just appear behind them, backstab them. It's kind of cool. Thematically works really nicely. And with the immobilize, you can then run away, right? Lock them down and then move away with your bottom. Yeah, absolutely. It was like a really, a very kind of efficient action. Very, very efficient. Attack for 6. Immobilize them, run away. In fact, you don't even really need to do the attack for 6. I think just an attack for 4, immobilize, run away is also actually pretty decent. Like, that's worthy of a card. If this bit wasn't on the card, I would still be very happy with this action in general. Even the teleport 3 is situational, it looks very nice. Yeah, maybe there'll be certain scenarios where this isn't very good. Okay, so actually, I think that's actually a really good thing to highlight. Because melee enemies tend to move in packs. Because naturally, they're moving towards you and they group up around the players, right? Because they're looking for hexes to attack from. So generally, melee enemies tend to kind of bunch up as they move towards you, meaning that it's probably fairly unlikely that they'll be adjacent to nothing else at times, especially like after you've opened a room. Like this would be really good, like first room, like first action of each room. This would be really strong. But if you were to play this like in a developed room where the enemies have had a few turns, you've had a few turns, it would probably not be very good, or it'd be harder to pull off. Because the only enemies that always stay on their own are ranged enemies, and immobilize don't do squat against them. But I mean, you could move up to them and do 6 attack. I guess it would stop them from moving away from you to gain. They'd have to have disadvantage on their attack against you, which might be okay. But yeah. How about that Black Imp conga line? Yeah. Yeah, those guys, they were very grouped up. Very, very grouped up. Even just an attack 6 immobilize is decent without the teleporting. Yeah, that's true. You don't have to You don't have to do the teleport part of the action. You could just do this. So yeah, that's also that's a very good point too. You don't need to do this, but I think it's worth saying that this teleport action might diminish a little bit. I mean, I would love this as the first turn of the game though. On the first turn of the game, just hopefully you have like a melee enemy within range 3 on their own and you just teleport in, hit them. You wouldn't, obviously you need an element, so it'd be very difficult. You'd have to get an ally to generate it, I guess, for you or something, but yeah, I felt like that could be, or opening a door, could be a good opening the door type deal. Yeah, it's useful. Still situationally nice. Yeah, there's definitely some. It's text that you can ignore or use. You know, it's not tied to having to do this So if it's useful for you, it's useful for you. The bottom is move 4, shield oneself, create dark. Now that is also an incredibly powerful ability. Big move plus make your element is always legit. It's always legit. I haven't really been keeping track of like how good we are at making our element yet. So I haven't really been keeping strict tabs on it, but I would initially be very drawn to this just because of it is useful. Characters need to move in Gloomhaven. You need to move. And this does that, and it gives you a bit of extra value on top. So, on a nice initiative, 14 as well. So, Stalking Quarry, good card. Great card, actually, I would say. I think we had a move 2, make dark at level 1, and make dark on the invis. Yeah, the move 2 one was a really dodgy initiative, though, wasn't it? I think it was like on a 60-something initiative. But yeah. We've got a lot of our top attacks seem to make dark, right? Like, we can make dark on the stun. Sever reality. Destroy one adjacent obstacle. If you do, gain a token and 1 XP. Attack 4 wound. Target one enemy adjacent to the destroyed obstacle. Explosive punch. But not explosive punch. Well, kind of like a mini explosive punch. Mini explosive punch. This is making the obstacle build look more fun. The last 2 levels, the obstacle build cards have looked more fun. Like, that wasn't the case initially. Now I feel like the last 2 level ups, these ones have looked more fun to me. Needs setup. You got loads of setup though, right? You got loads of bottom move, make obstacle. It's 5-6 damage plus dark with a bit of setup, fun and decent. Yeah. 78 initiative is a little bit dodgy, but to be honest, you might want to go late with something like this. Because destroying the obstacle could then open up pathways for the enemies to be able to get to you, which you might not want. So you might actually want to go late and destroy an obstacle late, because then you could put an obstacle back down, you know, maybe on the next turn even. So, could be a way of you kind of interacting well with that. Void Sight. Consume a token to teleport 3, then attack 2 curse. We haven't had much Void Sight in recent levels, have we? This is like the first one in the last couple of levels Void Sight's turned up. I mean, in general, this is pretty good. It's not very exciting. It's pretty similar to some other abilities that we've had, except there's a little attack 2 tagged on the end there, which is quite good. Also, if we were going to pump all your damage, right? It's all of your attacks, right? Could be good for a second chance ring bottom action, huh? Just go for it. I mean, I like Void Sight. I've said it before. I think Void Sight's a cool mechanic. I'd like to use it a bit more. You think this is okay, but you really prefer Stalking Quarry, though? Yeah, I mean, this is... I guess the thing is with this... With this card, it's very self-explanatory. And it just does the basics of Gloomhaven very well. Whereas this card kind of is a little bit more... Like, it's a little bit more convoluted. Like, it can be really good. But it's a bit more convoluted. A bit harder to see, like, imagine how it will perform. Whereas this, I think you can quite clearly see that both halves of this card will be excellent. Although we might have been on a bit of a run of just taking loads of early initiatives. You know, maybe we need to be a bit careful with that. You do occasionally want the odd late initiative. I think I would agree with you though. Stalking Quarry I think is probably the better pick overall. But Sever Reality is also... It's also interesting. Maybe quite fun. You would take either? Sever Reality is more fun, power gaming or fun, but strong gaming. Yeah, true. Go back to the other level 4, obliterate, plus 5 extra damage. That's true. You could take obliterate and then just go ham on this because that's what you're looking for. That's pretty crazy. I mean, at least it's a burn. But yeah, that could be something. The problem is that these are two good cards. And you're kind of robbing yourself to just have a one wombo combo. I mean, this isn't a bad action, though. I like where your head's at. I like where your head's at. That's my kind of play style. I like it. The all-in. Double burn. No, who cares if all the enemies are dead? No. It is quite an investment, yeah. Because then also you have to spend the entire previous turn just like getting as many tokens as possible. See you, Kira. Newt. Thanks for watching, buddy. Catch you later. Catch you hopefully on Friday for the anniversary stream, the party stream. Okay, what are we on to now? Enduring Darkness. Ward Self. Create 2 void tokens. Consume dark. Damage taken by you this round does not remove ward. Well, that's 2 tokens. Pretty easily. Ward, for the people who don't know, is an effect that was added in Frosthaven. Well, I guess you could say that Crimsonscales is now using it, so it's here too. But it's essentially you take half damage on the next damage source. So this would actually not remove the ward, so you could kind of tank. You could take half damage for an entire round, I guess. And you still have it for the next round.
Now that's a lot of damage.
Well, that's a lot of damage negation. Yeah. Yes, Phil, it's a lot of damage negation. The problem is, though, is you don't have, like, a huge health pool. Like, level 6. What are we on? 13. We can't wear armor. Well, I mean, we could, but we'd be doing ourselves some damage. I guess we could wear chain armor now, right? From Jaws of the Lion. Just give ourselves shield for the round. Like, this is the round we're doing it. Because you still take damage. It's not like, for example, if you had shield 3 and the enemy attacks you for 3, right? you're not taking any damage. Whereas this, you'll still be taking damage. So ward is like an interesting damage negation effect because it's not quite as good as it maybe first appears. This is great at the end of the room to gain void and ward. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, yeah, I mean, if you just needed 2 tokens to go into the next room with, you would muddle yourself, but I think that's fine. Might be quite good for the all-in void enhanced armory build. 2 easy tokens. Just play it on the round before, just before you open a door, so you can go in with like 3. Does it stack with shields, and if so, does it proc before or after? It procs on damage taken, so after shields. Yeah, correct. So you would minus it off with the shield, and then you would take half. So shield can still help, but it's probably not going to be much of a difference. Void enhanced armory build would be pretty boring though, right? I mean, it depends on what you find fun. I mean, you know, like, is it Johnny's? Timmy's, Johnny's, and Spike's, whatever. Like, if you really like just making a crazy combo build that's just going to have 1 explosive turn every like 4 turns or something, 5 turns, why not? Well, I mean, it will still have good turns in between those, but some people really enjoy that way of playing. Does it round up or down? I believe the amount of damage negated rounds up, so it's in the player's favor. So in an instance, for example, where it would be, you know, you would take 3 damage, it would be 1.5. So it would be rounded to negating 2. So you would only take 1. So I guess it's rounded down or up, depending on the way that you like to explain the equation. Whichever way you find easier to understand. It's an interesting idea. I don't know if we can really... It's an interesting idea. It's a good way to get 2 tokens, and that I think might save it. Because I'm not convinced, although it is a lot of damage mitigation, but it doesn't just suddenly turn you into a walking tank and you can just run into a room. Because you're going to be attacked, and if an enemy draws like +1s, +2s, you know, you've only got 13 health. I guess you could have maybe played the move 4 shield one as well. I guess maybe if you've gone for this beforehand, maybe then it's actually pretty good. Because you can get 1 good round of tank out of it. And then if you've got a shield item, okay, maybe not. If you've got, like, chain armor, for example, that doesn't add any negative effects into your deck, you could move in, shield 1, create dark. You could ward yourself. You'd obviously need dark already there from the previous round. Use this. And that'd actually be a pretty good single round of tanking. Be a very good single round of tanking. And then on the next turn, you just have to get out of there. You know, because you're not going to be able to sustain it. I guess you could then use your invisibility maybe after that to keep hanging on in there a little bit more. Interesting idea. Interesting idea. The bottom is move 3, heal 3, range 1, regenerate, create earth and dark. I mean, this is like an easier version of an effect we already had at level 2, where we had like a move to heal to regenerate. I think it was self though. So at least we could maybe target an ally with this. So that's nice. Regenerate is very good. It's the opposite to wound for people who don't know. So it's basically like you heal 1 at the beginning of your turn until you take damage. And then when you take damage, regenerate falls off. So it could actually end up being quite a nice heal for quite a while. I think this is pretty good. I mean, let's see what the other level 6 is, but I actually think that's pretty good. Implosion. Consume 2 tokens to create a void pit obstacle in an empty hex within range 3. That seems a bit harsh, but attack 3. Target all enemies adjacent. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no!
Now that's a lot of damage!
Okay, so they really need to clarify whether or not you can stack that card. They really need to clarify whether or not you can stack that card now. Before it was like, oh, you know, maybe not. Like, I was like, okay. Because also, the way this card is worded, it says target weapon suggestion to any one void pit obstacle. It doesn't need to be the void pit obstacle that you place using this. So in theory, you could just sow those seeds, get all of those tokens coming in. Then we go bang, big turn. Dump 3 charges minimum. Make this an attack 6, targeting all enemies adjacent to it. Even if there's like 2 to 3 enemies, that is such good value. This was exactly the card I was talking about, where I was like, well, they just need to avoid printing a card that has target all enemies written on it. Well, they've done it. Surely, it is kind of conditional, so it's not like you can just suddenly do it super, super easy. But you have a lot of void pit generation. Void pit generation also gets you tokens. I think there's a potentially ridiculous build here. Ridiculous build. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. Yeah. And it's a level 6 as well, so it's not like... We're not talking like, oh, a level 9 card breaking something. Level 6 card. There's a few cards that are incredibly powerful around this kind of level range. You know, looking at Lightning Bolt. Obviously, Vengeance was a level 7 card. Hmm. 3 enemies becomes obliterate without a burn, -1 damage and disarm. Yep. And the model could do something too, right? Might help out. Usually negates at least a point of damage on average. Isn't that kind of like a bat cloud pit? Yeah, I guess it kind of does. Morphs it into back. So we've spent this entire episode, this entire stream, looking for another bat cloud, and we found it, guys. Well, look at this. Bat cloud, for those who don't know, was from last week's stream where we were reviewing the Spirit Caller, which was a summon that ran around. Well, it's not technically a summon. It's a summon, but it's not a summon. It's a special mechanic the Spirit Caller has that attacks all enemies. And we found many ways to make that card very, very good. And it kind of ended up being the main driving focus of that entire stream by the end. Yeah, we need to clarify whether or not we can use this as many times as we want. We really do. All right, well, the bottom is move 4, pull 1, target all figures within range 2, create a void token. That's pretty meh. I mean, sure, you might be able to pull an enemy into a trap, but that's pretty meh. We got better moves than this already. Was that the 2 level 6s? Well, I mean, it's going to be Implosion, isn't it? The only thing with Implosion, though, is that if you haven't been going down the Void Pit kind of... You haven't been going down that avenue, then it's quite a hard card to pick, because if you're not making Void Pits, the card does nothing. It's not like just adjacent to any obstacle. It's specifically Void Pits. So unless you're planning for this and make a big kind of like effort to plan around this to make it work, you might find yourself not really being able to even play Implosion, though. Kind of need a pit bot to pair with it. This is a smaller diviner, level 9. Yeah, I guess it kind of is. Yeah, I mean, I really want to take Implosion, because this just seems, you can break it. You can have, it can absolutely be broken. And to be honest, if you're if you're not playing this and you're actually playing pretty honestly, like you're not trying to just come up with some kind of crazy broken combo, then I mean, this is not a bad ability. This is still pretty good, like Void Pit ability. Good Void Pit ability. And yeah, you're right, Pelican. This could be used to set up some of your other abilities pretty well. I just don't. I feel like this is obviously the dream right here. It's definitely an action where I'm looking at the top more often than I'm looking at the bottom. And it's a shame, because this is actually a pretty cool idea. Maybe if you wanted to tank a little bit for your team, you might consider this. Especially if you've taken this card, because then it kind of top and tails very nicely. Alright, level 7. Let's move on. Attack 3 poison. Ruinous Barrage. 1 XP. Consume 2 tokens to attack 6 and wound. Oh, so it's an extra attack. So it's an attack 3 with poison. Then we can do an attack 6 with wound, so we get the benefit of the poison. So that's really an attack 7. Well, I mean, we could choose different targets, but it's unlikely. Then we can consume dark to stun, target one adjacent enemy. So maybe even stun that enemy that we've just done those two. Or if we were doing this on a boss, then we could maybe like stun their henchman or something that we're not really bothered by. It's quite expensive for a burn, I will say, at this point in time. We've got reusable stuns, so I'm not in on that, really. I think this is pretty bad value, really. Compared to some of the other cards we've got. Like, we've got reusable attack 5s. Where are you? Where's the reusable attack 5? Oh, there's an attack 4 there. With wound. You know? I feel like that's maybe a bit too pricey. I don't like the price of admission here. The burner card. Don't really like it. Yeah. That's a pass from me. I just... Sure, there'll be like a scenario where at the end of it, you want to burn this on something. To get a bunch of XP, like 3 XP potentially. Feel really good, but I don't think it's really worth it. So the bottom is attack 3 immobilize. Suffer 1 damage and gain a token. We can teleport 3. Well, this is kind of cool because we can attack something. Then we could suffer 1 damage and then we could just use the token to immediately run away. So it works all in one go. Actually, that's not bad. That's quite fun. I like the idea of this character being able to like jump in, jump out, jump in, jump out. Because you're not like a really strong tanking character, although you've got a couple of cards that might give you the opportunity to do the odd little bit, like so you can kind of stay in the fight. But I also like the idea of this character just kind of like jumping in, jumping out, like going early, going late, really playing like almost like a scoundrel kind of tempo. And with these immobilizers, it gives you a really good opportunity to do that. Yeah, this is good. Maybe like a little bit underwhelming for like, you know, it's not like some stupid crazy broken thing. And it's fairly similar to other effects that we've had before, but really solid. And because it's on the bottom, of course, the bottom attack always going to be quite premium. Okay, the other level 7 then. Gateway to the Abyss. Create a void pit obstacle in an empty hex within range 2. Consume 2 tokens to attack 3 wound, 1 XP. Targeting all enemies adjacent to each void pit obstacle. All allies adjacent to any void pit obstacle suffer 3 damage. Oh. Oh, but you have to consume the 2 to get the attack. No. Nah, it's... Pass. Oh, man. It's like a worse version of this, right? Nearly? Maybe not quite. Yes, it's almost like a... It's different, but it's almost worse. It might be worse. It's good, yeah. I don't know. Like, yes, it is all void pits, sure. But you'd have to have some really good placement. Really, really good placement. And it's a one-time effect as well. I don't know, chat. Because also you have to consume this to just get the attack action, so it doesn't work with our combo. Or at least it doesn't work as good as it could with our combo. We can still do like an attack 6, maybe? Maybe take both level 6s? Possibly. The bottom is move 4. Teleport 1 adjacent figure to any hex within range 5 if you do... Ooh. Hey. 2 minis called. That's kind of broken usually. Like this kind of thing is usually broken. But then it's not like any... It's not like at any range. So you have to actually move towards the enemy and then they can teleport. Or your ally can, I guess, move. So it's interesting. But you have a lot of teleport as well. So you could maybe get behind somebody and then throw that enemy kind of closer to the middle of the room or something to help other people. A bit toolboxy. Not as good as 2 minis because that was just like any range. Just swap 2 figures. This is crazy. That just fundamentally breaks scenarios that have like, you know, when you're like separated into 2 halves of a scenario and you never meet and stuff like that. Or if you have like an enemy who somebody who needs to get to the end room and you just go. So, More friendship, throwing your people around. Oh, it needs a oh, sorry, yeah. So you have to consume a token. Truck driving for the teleport effect. Yeah. So move 4, consume a token, teleport 1 adjacent figure to any hex within range 5. If you do, that figure suffers 2 damage. Yeah, it's like not quite as good. Well, it's quite a lot worse than 2 minis. Because you have to be able to move to the figure and become adjacent to it to then do it. But it is a fun way for you to like throw you know, annoying enemies kind of into traps or it does say teleport to any hex. It doesn't say any empty hex, so presumably you could just teleport them into a trap or move them closer to the middle of the room, any of that kind of stuff, right? Yeah, you can teleport them into traps. Yeah, I think so. You can see going back to level 6 here. The only ability that introduces you 7 is this bot. This is fairly good. This is underwhelming. Yeah, this isn't really like, this is the kind of card that I generally gravitate towards because of course it has like incredible upside. But the problem is that we had a card that did something fairly similar, non-burn earlier, that I felt like with considered play, I think we could get more out of Implosion in the long run than we would ever get out of like Gateway to the Abyss. I don't know. Would be a lot of fun to play with though. So what was the other level 6? So you're saying we would have Implosion and Enduring Darkness? I mean, they're both pretty good. Yeah, I can see that. If I had to pick one of these level 7s though, it would probably be Ruinous Barrage, to be honest, for that bottom ability. Although I feel like the top might be fun to play with. I mean, if you're not in this build with loads of void pits, the Gateway to the Abyss just really doesn't do anything unless you have. You need like the ability to target maybe 4 enemies with this. Maybe a bit more, 5 or 6. The problem is that it's going to require a lot of setup, a lot of void pits placed down. Then you have to count on the enemies staying next to them. There's a lot of ifs and buts. You can create one single one during the action though. So, you know, the top of the action is create a void pit within range 2. So you can at least kind of get something from that. Right, level 8 then. It's a bit sad to see both tops of burn. Whenever you have big burn attacks, I think this is just me maturing as a player and getting more into playing higher levels of difficulty. I avoid burn cards like the plague. Like unless they give me some kind of permanent buff or ability that just makes my character incredible, I generally tend to avoid them. Unless they're a level 1 thing that I kind of gets its hooks into me. I don't know, it's just I end up wanting to play like for as long as possible and try and preserve my stamina for as long as possible. It's maybe not the most fun way to play the game, but usually is a pretty reliable way of doing well. Crag card reference again. What for this one? Entropy Unleashed. This is like it's a similar level card. It's the card I always forget because it's so forgettable. Something Barrage. Or something Rubble Barrage. Something Rubble Barrage. Barrage. But yeah, like kind of like the X-Wing pattern with 2 to each side. Hardly ever comes up. Stone Pummel. There you go. Not even close. Stone Pummel. So Void Sight on the top, which is nice. Nice to see Void Sight coming back again. Attack 2. Consume any elements to add +1 attack. Consume 2 of our tokens to add an additional +1 attack and poison. So this could be, at best, an attack 4 with poison on 1, 2, 3, 4 things. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Non-burn. Right? Makes you wonder why you'd want to burn a card like this or this when we have things like this. This is really a difficult pattern to make. I found a lot of the time you're just attacking two things. And they're the two things next to you. A lot of the time. Maybe with a little bit more invisibility, this character could find themselves in these positions as a little bit more often. Just because you can kind of stay there and let the enemies come to you and then maybe they move around. But a lot of the time, this is just going to be attack two things. And that's still pretty decent. This is why you use the pull all bottom. Oh yeah, I can see that. But that would maybe be getting you only 1 or 2 targets. I guess max extra. So it does make it better. I think this is decent. Another one that could scale pretty well with the consuming tokens, but you have to consume 2. Well, you consume 2 here to get +1 attack and poison. You just wouldn't opt to do that. You would just consume 2 tokens to get +2 damage, wouldn't you? Don't really care about the poison. This to get an additional 1. So you could get 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, 5, 6, 7. So this could be like something like an attack 7 if we could stack with that other card with all of those consumes. That's pretty crazy on like 2 or 3 things. Ugh. Yeah, that's looking to be like the broken combo, right? That's looking to be incredibly powerful. If you can next turn create a void pit in the middle and do that attack, 3 muddle on all of the poison things. I think this is a... It's difficult for me to say because I didn't like Stone Pummel. I really didn't. And it was mainly because of the pattern. I thought the attack was fine. I think it was like an attack 4 with muddle or something. It was like just okay, the attack. But the pattern just never really worked out. 3 with muddle. See, like, I mean, this is obviously better. This could be 4 with poison. But it was the pattern that I had a problem with. And I guess, yeah, if you did take the other card before, which we do have Implosion. Like, Implosion will be a card that we'll have in our hands. So, obviously, we would like to play it for the top. But if we get a really good opportunity to do this, then yeah. So, if you've got Implosion, which you probably should have Implosion, maybe this does make this one a bit easier. A bit nicer. The bottom is... so, it's 28 initiative. The bottom is heal 5, range 3, target 3, curse, regenerate, target any enemy or affect any ally. 1 target must be an enemy. Ooh, spicy. And we get to create any element of our choice and 1 token. Kind of interesting, huh? 1 target must be an enemy. The bottom is like win more if you're doing so much damage and winning. The healing an enemy doesn't matter, nor the curses. But then you're winning anyway. That's pretty fair. It does feel like a bit unnecessary. Like, do you really need to heal 2 people for 5 to then heal up an enemy for 5? And then the enemy gets regenerate? I guess the thing is that if the enemy is at full health, it wouldn't make a difference. So there is some timing things here, right? It says just target any enemy, right? So if you targeted an enemy that was at full health, they wouldn't heal, but they would get cursed. And you would then get... They would get regenerate, but it wouldn't really matter. They're at full health. So there is some things you could do there. Just choose an enemy with full health. But it is a timing thing. I do agree with you, though, that it's a bit win more. Like, it's a bit over the top. But, I mean, you know, heals, in my opinion, need to do things like this to start to become attractive. Like, I like it when heals kind of go, all right, it's going to be a crazy heal, but there's some downside to it. There's some strategy to playing it. You can't just walk over to your friend and say, here's a bunch of health. Like, there's going to be some drawbacks. There's going to be, you know, some caveats to this. And I actually like heals going in that direction. And I've enjoyed playing the Void Warden because it makes playing a healing character a bit more challenging, because it's not just, oh, I've taken some damage, heal me. You're like, okay, here you go. Like now it's like, well, I can heal you, but I'm going to poison you afterwards, but I'm going to strengthen you. And they're like, okay. I'm like, yeah, but then if you can just not get hit for a round, on the next round I can remove that poison, or, you know, like it adds a more strategic element to healing, which just makes the game a bit more fun for people who like to play that way, in my opinion. Just makes those characters just not very vanilla. Technically, you can just curse 3 full health enemies, which doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, that too. It says that only 1 target must be an enemy, but it's up to target 3. In theory, you could just do curse on 3 enemies, right? If you wanted to. Give them all regenerate. Just chuck out 3 curses. That's not a particularly great action, but it does make an element and give you a token. Guess it's quite flexible. Yeah, it is. It can be used as an offensive weapon, but also like a defensive tool. You would damage them fast to get rid of regenerate. Well, you don't really. Yeah, I mean, yes, but also you wouldn't need to worry about it, right? Because they're already at full health. So regenerate just basically sits there and does nothing. Like regenerate will never do anything for them. The only time it would do anything for them is if, for example, you were to wound them without performing an attack, or poisoning them without performing an attack. Like some kind of like, you know, Plague Herald shenanigans or something. So the only thing the regenerate would save them from is non-attack poison or wound effects from other things. Lack of a move does make it a little riskier. Gotta have 3 enemies in range 3 of you, but also a turn you don't need a bottom move. Yes. That's a fair point too. It's 28 initiative, so it's fairly early. Remember, you do have teleports on the top of your cards. So there is potential here for you to play this attack something, teleport away. You do have a couple of teleport tops. If you're still playing that level 1 card. Which, to be fair, you probably would have dropped by now because it's pretty poor value. It's like an attack 2. It's like teleport 2, attack 2, consume a token to make it an attack 3. And that's the top. And it's a 20 initiative. So it's not stellar, you know. Can you also play this with no enemies on the map? Well, you have, 1 target must be an enemy. So I would say no. If you're in an empty room and you're trying to recoup before going into the next room and there are no enemies around, I would say you couldn't play this. Because the requirement for playing it is 1 target must be an enemy. Like that's part of the requirements of being able to play it. That's what I would say. Or at least that's how I would interpret it. All right, next level 8. Tendrils of Night. Loot 2. All figures in a looted hex suffer 2 damage. Gain a token for each damaged figure. Wow, that's pretty unique. Tendrils of Night. I like the name of this card. I like the idea of this card. A non-boring loot action, maybe? Question mark? The problem with this is that you have to have already killed. I mean, not necessarily. There might be loose loot already on the floor, but we're going on this assumption here that you're going to have to have killed an enemy already for them to be loot on that tile. Then they're going to have to have moved onto that tile. I mean, sure, we can push and we can pull. Maybe we can abuse that a little bit. And then they're just going to take 2 damage. Like, I feel like a best case scenario for this Is it something like loot 2? Do 4 damage. Like 2 enemies suffer 2 damage each. We get 2 tokens. The next part of this, though, is consume dark, invisible self for 1 XP. So we also can just go invisible after doing it. It's 44 initiative, so it's not great. I guess you could go super late, maybe. Big greed before need. It's, yeah, I mean, it kind of is. I mean, I'm not taking a loot card pretty much ever as a level up choice. Personal preference, unless there's something crazy about it or it's some kind of core mechanic to my character. Like on 3 spears, I don't even take loot cards. And like, that's the king of the loot, you know? I don't even take loot cards on that unless there's some other half of the card that is crazy good. I'm certainly never taking a card for a loot action, though. Ever,
Hello,
ever.
Mr. Quest.
Hello, Mr. Anders. Thank you so much, buddy, for the resub. 7 months. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Good to have you here. The quest continues, my friend. Thank you so much for all of the support. Rafiki as well. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest, my friend. Good to have you here. I hope you're doing well. Do you know of the Crimsonscales, Rafiki? Rafiki. I hope I said that right. So the bottom of this is destroy 1 void pit obstacle within 6 hexes. If you do, you may consume a token to teleport to that obstacle's hex and then perform attack 3 poison. Create dark. Consume a token to add wound. That's kind of interesting. Could be a good amount of move. And just like a cheeky attack 3 poison. If you're playing the obstacle build, this seems like something that could really just help you move around and kind of keep things moving for you. Hey, my friend, arrive here from the YouTube. Make great content. Thank you, dude. Glad you're enjoying it. Well, welcome to the live stream. Awesome to have you here with us live. Appreciate it. Oh, God. Is that a challenge, Redemption? Chat gives me a challenge. Use both base game and Jaws of the Lion classes. 2 or 4 characters only. I don't understand what that means, Symphony. Is there, or maybe there's more in the, is there more text to that? Maybe it got cut off. Oh, you're allowing chat to give me the challenge? You're nominating chat to give the challenge? Oh, that's risky. We might have to do like a suggestions box or something. And then maybe we'll vote. Okay. All right. But they need to use both base game and Jaws of the Lion classes, 2 or 4 characters only. Okay. Another person decides. Okay. I'll have to figure out how to do that. Maybe we'll do like a suggestion box and then we'll pick out like 3 and then we'll vote on them. Or something like that. Or 4. Do a rage dance every time an enemy hits me. I'll be too much. I mean, I would just play characters that are invisible. Ease. Got a perfect build for that. Maybe in the Discord. Yeah, we could do it in the Discord. I'll probably, yeah, I'll do this. I'll put like a little thing up in the Discord for people to give suggestions, and we'll do it there. And then we'll do a vote on stream, maybe like on Monday or something. That sounds like a good idea. You're just interested in seeing combos and throwing me out of my comfort zone of 3 characters. Hey, I've been playing 4 characters on Jaws of the Lion. It's been good. But, I mean, the hatchet kind of just sits there and just attacks, you know. It's quite nice to have... Like, I always say this, when I play 4 characters, I kind of have like my character that's going to be like the hero, that scenario almost, or like two characters that are going to be the heroes, and they're like the other two, or maybe one character is like going to support the other three. Like I like to have a character that's kind of like quite straightforward, and I don't try and get too crafty with them. Because like when I play the hat shit, like a load of people are like, oh, you could play the bottom of Overwatch and you can do this, and I'm like, no. I move, I attack. I pick up my axe, I attack, I move. You know, like that's like all. That's all I need to worry about doing. I know there's some cool things you can do. I just don't need to worry about doing them. I have to use any card in the deck that says heal or loot on it. Okay, right. I'm gonna refund this challenge. That happens. Okay, so Tendrils of Night. Top half of this card, I hate it. Bottom half of this card, I think is actually pretty nice. I think this could be quite fun for the obstacle build. It's a little bit of a marginal type effect, right? It's quite a subtle, quite a small effect, but it is on the bottom half of a card, and it's you're doing an attack 3 with poison and potentially with wound as well. I mean, that's not bad, because you could in theory teleport, destroy an obstacle, teleport next to somebody, attack them for 3, poison them, and then you might not even choose to do this, because then you're going to use a top attack, and maybe you could do some good damage. Like you could use the stun with this, right? You could attack them and immediately benefit from that poison. So seems okay. Right, were those the 2 level 8s? I think it's a bit of a shame that this top action exists, because like this, I feel like this is probably the best action overall, maybe. But then this combos so well with some of the other cards that we already have. And like as we kind of ended up figuring out, this is actually not a bad ability. Quite flexible, really. It's probably going to be Entropy Unleashed. But actually, I think this is quite fun. I wish I could play with this. Go away, poopy loot actions. You like Entropy Unleashed for the bomb? The added make any element and void token at this point interests me more than situational token consuming effect. Yeah. Fair. Oh. Level 9. Now, I said that I wanted to see an ability that consumed 3 tokens, and I don't think we're going to get it. In fact, spoiler, pretty sure we don't get it. I guess the only way to do that is with the stacking consumes. So there is a way to do it, but it's not really what I was hoping. I was hoping for one ability to just be like, use 3. Go mad. But this would help us with that. This would really elevate that strategy of going all in on that consume. Anyway, I'm getting sidetracked because this my eye was immediately drawn to this. Okay. Okay, how do you say this word? Prescient? Persistent. Prescient? Prescient. 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 That sounds right. Prescient Void Mastery? Might be saying that right, might be saying that wrong. The first time each enemy ends a move ability adjacent to you this round, perform attack 3 targeting that enemy. During these attacks, you may consume +2 attack from Dark and Disarm. Ooh.
Now that's a lot of damage.
That is a lot of damage. It's like the double disarm, right? Because it like if you do choose to use this dark for a disarm, then essentially, it's their turn. They move towards you. They end their move. You attack them, disarm them, then they can't attack you. And then they're going to be disarmed until the end of their next round. So it's like a 2-round disarm. It does mean you'll only be able to disarm one enemy, though, because, well, it's the first time so the first time each enemy, but it's consuming a dark could only do it for like 1 time. Does that interrupt their turn? Yes. Because it's ending a move ability, right? Google says it's prescient. Prescient. Prescient? Present.
Prescient.
Prescient. I was kind of right.
Prescient.
That's quite loud. Sorry about that. Prescient. Gloomhaven English Learning Edition. To be fair, my vocabulary has expanded because of Gloomhaven. It's funny, but like a lot of things, I think games can actually teach you quite a lot. Like a lot of like my history knowledge comes from like, you know, strategy games and stuff. To be fair, Gloomhaven doesn't really teach me loads of knowledgeable things, but you know, you play like historical games. Like I was always like really into World War II games, and you learn a lot about the war, like because of that. You do learn quite a bit while playing Twilight Struggle. See, there you go. There's a good one. I haven't played Twilight Struggle before. I've always kind of wanted to, but it's just kind of I've been put off. I did buy a board game today, chat. I'm sorry. For my sins. It was Amazon Prime Day. For those who might not know, if you've got an Amazon Prime account, if you're in America, you've still got time. If you're in the UK, you might struggle now, or Europe. I think it's ending or ended. But I bought two things. I bought Everdell, so that was on offer here, and I've wanted to have Everdell for ages, and it's always just been a bit too expensive. I was like, oh, do we want to spend like £50 on Everdell for, you know, a game that's like a fairly light game, medium to light kind of game? Well, it was £35, I think, or £34. So pretty good deal, like £15-16 off usual price. So I snapped that up, and I also bought myself a brand new lens for my camera as well to help me with the Crimsonscales streams. So hopefully I can get a bit of a better picture with the lens I bought. Choose the right amount with this. Only takes one attack, and to do 10 damage a turn. A 2-turn disarm. True, you'd have to have these tokens in supply, wouldn't you? Well, ooh, that's kind of interesting though, because there's a bit of a flip side to this, because you gain those negative effects, right, when you end your turn with them. So if you were to play this card, if you wanted to use this multiple times, you'd have had to have ended your turn with multiple tokens on your mat. So you could be muddled at this point in time. So, I mean, again, muddle isn't a huge downside, but let's say you wanted to kill two things, you'd have to have two tokens. You'd have to be muddled for both of the attacks. If you wanted to do three things, you'd have to wound yourself, essentially, to do that. So there is some slight downsides to it. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of this type of thing, because you are relying on the enemy drawing their like move and attack card, right? Not every enemy moves and attacks every single round. So what happens on the round where you play this and the enemy is like, oh, actually, we are just staying put. We're not moving. Then suddenly you've got a top action that does absolutely nothing. So I would probably much rather just have an attack 5 with disarm. Be boring, but this could blow up in your face and be pretty bad. Just use the bottom then, because it's a good bottom. Well, yeah, that's what I was drawn to initially. So 11 initiative. I think that's our earliest initiative, right? We haven't seen anything. That is the earliest we've seen. Move 4. Suffer 3 damage. All figures adjacent to any hex you enter during this movement suffer 1 damage and gain wound. Create 3 tokens. Ooh, all figures adjacent to any hex. Wow. Gives you a very powerful turn. You have to take 3 damage, though. It's quite a bit of damage. How much health do we have at 9? 17. I mean, I guess the thing is we've got so much heal. Does it really matter? Party friendship card. It's the ultimate friendship. This is the end of the friendship build. This is the top card in the friendship build. Yeah, I mean, you can easily mitigate this downside. Getting 3 tokens in one single action is just really good. Giving everything wound. I feel like it's only a move 4. Maybe you put some boots on this. Maybe you can make it a bit more. But let's say you could walk past two to 3 enemies. So that's potentially somewhere in the region of like 6 to 4 damage. Because you get the 1 damage and then you get the wound. Not bad. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, what other kind of effect would we be looking for here? I guess the other card's got to have something to do with the voids, the void pits. It's got to have something to do with void pits. I'm actually disliking this top action the more I read it. I'm actually quite put off by it. Because it's just too situational. It's good when it works, but I just find it too this is it. This is where it's at. No escape. Pull 3, range 4. You may pull the target into hexes containing obstacles. In each case, the obstacle is destroyed. The target suffers 3 damage, gains stun and wound, and you gain 1 XP. I mean, this would be the top of that build, I guess.
Yeah, boy. A little bit
spicy. A little bit spicy. Easy stun. Because of the stun plus wound, technically it's going to be at least 2 points of wound damage as well. So it's more like 5 damage. Of course, you could drag them into more than 1 obstacle as well to do even more. Seems like a very, very good way of tackling some huge shield like Flame Demon or something. You know, like a really, really good way of dealing with Flame Demons. Or even like Golems, Living Spirits, things like Wind Demons. Just a very, very efficient way of dealing with those guys. This sounds like the enemy will fall into all those holes. Yeah. Be forced to. Be pushed, really. More like pushed. Well, pulled. Create up to 2 void pit obstacles in empty hexes within range 4. Get 1 token as well. There you go. Now that's some generation. That's some quick void pits. Very fast void pits. Absolutely swarm the board. Like it. The next bit is teleport 9. This teleport must end in a hex adjacent to a void pit obstacle. I feel like the teleport 9 part is maybe a little bit irrelevant. I mean, they could have made that like teleport 20, and it's probably still only going to be a teleport 5 or 6. Yeah, the 9 sounds a bit arbitrary. Exactly. Exactly what I was thinking. I was like, they're going to just put this like teleport 20, like whatever. Like, is it really like... It's a nice effect, though. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. But yeah, like, I feel like it's just teleport to a... It may as well just say teleport to a void pit obstacle, and most of the time the void pit obstacles are going to be wherever. Like, why did they set 9 as the number? Like, if they put teleport 10, is this suddenly OP and breaks the scenario? I don't know. Why couldn't this have just said teleport to a hex adjacent to a void pit obstacle, right? And remove half of the text. Why did they put a number on it? It just feels really weird. That's all. That's one target. Isn't this top not much better than the level 1 stun top? You mean it's a bit better, but for level 9? With the pull on the top? I think it's more because it's just good against certain enemy types, Albin. But yeah, that's a fair point. Like, that does do pretty much what this does, except this could have more damage to it. I think this is just better. This is better against specific enemies. In general, that stun is going to be, yeah, the stun is whatever. But if you're specifically targeting like flame demons or living spirits or stone golems, like, it's just a tool to deal with them. You think this only matters on maps where you're going in non-linear maps and want to bounce back to the main room? Do you not think that that's kind of fun, though? Like, I mean, how many scenarios are going to honestly be like that? Maybe a few? And is it not kind of fun just to be like, oh, my character kind of just excels at that one scenario? I don't know. That just seems a bit strange. I get that it might be because, oh yeah, it might break some scenarios, so let's just make it sort of, let's just pick a number. They honestly probably picked, what's the biggest number we can do without having to use 2 digits? Like, they probably went 9 because they didn't want to put 10 because it didn't look nice with the templating or something. Yeah, very uncommon. You're just trying to find a scenario where the teleport 9 actually matters. Yeah, I think you could well be right there. That it is because they were just like, well, let's just make sure that it's not too open-ended, that it's just possibly completely broken. But considering that most of the time you're placing void pit obstacles, like, I mean, I think this might be the biggest range we've had, range 4, but I guess there's been some other ones where you could, like, you know, kill something, right? And that could be slightly further away, but there's not going to be many instances when, you know, you're placing void pit obstacles like super far away and immediately being able to teleport to them. You think Divinite kind of breaks some Forgotten Circle scenarios because that going through the rift has no range? Guess that's why they put it in an arbitrary 9 in it. Okay, that could be fair. Could be learnings from that character, as they saw that character and went, that kind of was a bit problematic, and so yeah, that's a good point. Perhaps they also just have sort of learnt from that mistake. That's a little bit silly. I would say it's a bit silly to have like an ability like that. That's like, it's fair to say that, you know, a character taken out of their like habitat and placed into another Gloomhaven game is broken. I don't think you should really worry about that. But yeah, when it's like, if it's in Forgotten Circles and that's her campaign and there's like a bit that's kind of broken, that's a bit off in my opinion. Like, come on, there's literally one character that needs to be in every scenario. You should probably make sure that that one character doesn't break any of the scenarios. You know? It's fine if like a character from Gloomhaven comes over and breaks Jaws of the Lion, but because that's not really what it's meant to be. In that situation, probably want to sort that out. Make sure that doesn't happen. So out of these two, I think, I've probably got to be going for this, just because if I want to go for that big pump that ability, then I mean, this is what this does, right? You think all 4 level 9 actions are good, so that's nice. Well, I'll say that they're good, but they're not. So this character, in my opinion, lost a little bit of steam in the sort of later levels, and that's not uncommon for a lot of characters to have that. Like, where you're kind of just getting more of the same, or kind of like better of the same, like improvements on previous things. Like, it's not like you kind of like you've explored all of the design space in the character by like level 5 or 6, and then like when you get to like level 7, 8, and 9, it's like, wow, we just kind of give them like, you know, really powerful things and just let them kind of run wild with it, which is fine. It's to say, lots of characters kind of have that issue, in my opinion, where you don't like, unless your level, like your level 9's very rarely going to change that much. It's just going to make you better at something. And that's what this does. Like for this, it just makes you better at being able to make your tokens quickly and use them. And this makes you better at making Void Pit tokens. A +6 attack in Magical Christmas Land is possible now. Yeah, because we could have 3 the previous round. Then we could use this to make another 3. Like it. And then we use this. Right? On 11 initiative. Or I guess we go for the Implosion. I mean, to be fair, this could be as good as Implosion if there's no, you know, similar kind of value, really. And this has got Void Sight to begin with. So maybe a small little bonus there. On the plus side, my main complaint about Lightning Bolt was avoided here. Yeah, that they just kind of gave up on the mechanic halfway through. Yeah. At least everything requires tokens. But I feel like it's quite a safe mechanic. Does that make sense? Like, it's a very safe mechanic. I would have preferred... I think in a weird way, I would have preferred a bit more of a downside to it. Like, Muddle and Wound just seem... They just seem really easy to mitigate with this character. I don't know. It's a very safe mechanic that can scale for any level because you just make sure all of the cards use the tokens. And you just print Void Sight on a few things as well. So it's an incredibly easy mechanic to play with. It's very safe. This is clearly a very powerful character, or potentially a just flat out busted character. Which should probably be the first, actually, because all of the other ones were powerful and in some ways felt maybe, like, for example, I thought the Mayafoot was sort of verging on being, ooh, this is like very strong, possibly overpowered. This character to me is like the first one that's actually got maybe an ingrained broken combo that seems maybe too easy to exploit at level 9. But then when you're at level 9, I mean, everything should go out of the window at level 9, right? In my opinion, at level 9, you're probably not going to play this character for much longer. Have some fun, retire it. But I mean, it might be a bit different with Crimsonscales because you don't really retire, do you? I mean, there are a couple of characters you can retire and get, but it's not quite the same structure. It might be a bit different. I think the health costs are kind of balanced by the abundant heals, but it's still very much common all the way to level 9. Yeah. You're still gonna take damage. There are a few here that I just wish were a little bit less pricey. A couple of things that I wasn't a huge fan of, ability wise. Trying to think like if there's anything I would change. So one thing that this character doesn't do is move Void Pits, right? Crackheart can technically move a few things with Clear the Way. I don't think this character ever moved. Always just created new ones. What else could they have done that's like Craghart-like-esque? I mean, they do a lot of Craghart-esque stuff. They did a pretty good job of, like, keeping that Craghart feel, but just sprinkling on, like, some extra flavor. Kind of giving it a little bit more depth in certain ways. Which I've said before makes for good characters. I like it when in Crimsonscales, the characters that I've liked the most have been ones that have taken a mechanic that already exists in the game or in some kind of way, but is maybe not fully developed or maybe doesn't quite work or has missed opportunities, whatever that may be, and then kind of bringing that up and really going hard on that element. So the prayers for the Hierophant, I thought, you know, that's basically like the saw, and their med packs were just kind of a bit underwhelming. Like, it was a good idea, just wasn't explored fully. Hierophant kind of does that. Then you had the Artificer, like the Tinkerer never really kind of got like the whole kind of robot army thing going, and so they bought like scrap in and they made them like a really like heavy kind of like resource scaling character that actually really did like tinker around and make stuff, made you a bit more of an engineer. You had shoot, why am I forgetting people's characters' names? I think the Star Slinger was pretty interesting as well. I think Star Slinger was like kind of like a better Spellweaver, if I remember rightly. But yeah, my point being anyway, that I felt like taking a character design or a flavor and just adding on top is a good way to go about kind of creating a character, and they've done that here, and it works well because they've basically taken, you know, a character that's my favorite character, and they've kind of given them just like an extra layer of stuff to play around with, and kind of shifted the theme a little bit, like the character design a little bit. And I think that's worked really well. Simple idea, but executed well. The elemental stuff is very freaky, but feels very tacked on personally. Seems to make a good amount of earth and dark without it being the focus of the action. That's... I mean, there are a couple, aren't there? But isn't that like elements mainly in general for a lot of characters, don't you think? If your character is not solely based on elements, do you not think that most characters that have some kind of interaction with elements, like, it feels a bit inconsequential? I do think that you want to consume dark on a lot of the abilities that they have. I'm trying to find like some of the slam dunk ones, like early game ones. Like this one, move 3, heal 2, self-regenerate. Getting the heal 2, self-regenerate on the consume dark. That's good. Move 3, teleport 2. Oh, no, that's not a dark. I just got confused. You normally think, oh, this is my move, make X, or this vanilla attack makes my X. This character is like more heal, make token, make element. Well, the tokens are the key thing, right? And the elements are just a little bit extra, like the cherry on top. I guess I can see what you mean. I guess the elements are almost just as much theme as they more than anything else. Like, they're really just about the fact that this guy is you know, he's a crag heart, so he has that earth still. So he still has that bit of earth, even though there's nothing that consumes earth in this. There's a couple of like wilds, right, where we consume wild elements, but there's nothing specifically to say consume earth, which I guess is kind of maybe a bit odd. But I like the fact that they do make earth because it is still part of their kind of DNA. And then dark is obviously their element that they now use, they wield much more. Guess what you're saying in a roundabout way is each ability is packed with a bunch of small value, one being element. Yeah, that's fair. Like a lot of the abilities are modular, like incredibly modular. So it can be a little bit like overwhelming because, you know, sometimes you've got abilities like this that have got like 3 separate abilities. You know, and you've got stuff like this, which is like, oh, you can consume this to do this, but you can see this to do this. Like, I did criticize the Bright Spark for that. That was one of the criticisms I had of the Bright Spark, is it just felt like there was so many like generates and consumes all over the place that every card in my hand looked exactly the same. Like I was like, I don't understand. Like, what am I doing? Like if I had a hand of these cards looking at them, I would be very confused. And I think that's a fair point. A lot of these cards look very similar and they're all very modular because they kind of do similar things, or they've got things tacked on the end like, oh, consume this to do this, but consume this to do this, which is nice because it's flexible, but it does mean that perhaps you don't have to worry, like you don't have to plan quite as much because you kind of just have, you just kind of look down at the board and you're like, yeah, I've probably got a card in my hand that can deal with the situation that I'm in, and then you find it. But that is, I mean, I think that's a benefit of the crack card in general. Why I like the crack card is that they generally always have stuff to do. There's always some way and some flexibility of them swapping their top and their bottom action, or some way of just figuring an okay turn out of nothing, which may have otherwise for other characters have just been like, oh, I can't do anything, I guess I move to skip my turn sort of thing. Was it on the positive side for me though, this class in general? Yeah, I think so. I mean, I like, as I said, I'm really excited to play the Blink Blade. I think this has got a Blink Blade feel to it. I like the idea of managing an extra economy, which is your tokens. You know, element generation economy is something that, you know, all of the players are kind of contributing to. But when you have your own economy, which is your tokens, I like that. I like having to figure out like, okay, I'm going to play this, and on the next turn I can that means I can play this card, and on the next turn I can play this. Figuring out your kind of your journey through that is fun, I think. And the difference being that, you know, if you play a very element heavy build, elements can sometimes be taken away from you. You know, your tokens can't be taken away from you, so you're always going to be able to reliably plan to have like, okay, next turn I can do this, and I can make sure that I can use my tokens for this. And that's nice. It means nobody can mess with you, and that's good. The downsides of having too many tokens, I thought, were a bit like, I do feel like they're maybe a little bit weak, like muddle and wound. Like I said before, one thing maybe when I play this character, my thoughts would be different. I don't know, but my initial feeling is that almost basing a character off of a rule, like, hey, this might sound like a downside, but ambiguity is ruled in this way, feels very gamey to me, not very thematic. It just feels gamey, which is fine for some, but I would prefer something a bit more thematic. And to be honest, I would have preferred these downsides to be something maybe even harsher. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Maybe this is the perfect level of harshness. But you know, a lot of our cards, for example, do us damage to get tokens anyway. Or do our allies damage to get tokens. So why not make this more of like a detriment? Rather than us having to, you know, deal damage to our allies to get the tokens. Or us take damage to get the tokens. I don't know. Like, I like a lot of what this class does. I do, but there's just a few small things, and you know, the fact that I can pick a few small things is not a negative. You know, it's, I like this character a lot, and I only give criticism because it comes from like a place of me like saying I like it, you know, and there's a few small things that I might have changed, but maybe again, like I haven't played the class, and this class has been play tested a bunch, so they may well have tried some of these things, and actually they found out that this is the right kind of balance for this type of thing, and that's why it's worked out the way it has. You never know. So it's always very easy for me to sit here and, you know, potentially make criticisms when I haven't played it. I haven't tested it. And I'm sure the people who made it and tested it have, you know, balanced these things out a little bit more. You don't dislike the class, but you like many of the other classes more. It's just slightly busy and hard to judge with all the small values and drawbacks. I think that's reasonable criticism. Yeah. It's a good class. Like, it's verging on being great, but I think it doesn't quite get there. Okay, so there we have the Savas Hollowpact, a character that tries to build upon the foundations that the Cragheart and his rocky antics really kind of get up to. Now, the Cragheart is my favorite character, and I love him very, very much. And I feel like this did a good job of kind of evolving some of those core mechanics that he has and make it a little bit more thinky, give you a little bit more to do. The void energy is an interesting concept. I do feel, though, that perhaps it got a little bit kind of... you know, it kind of a little bit underutilized maybe at times. Perhaps the void energy is just a bit too easy to keep. I sort of felt like it wasn't really that much of a drawback. So an interesting mechanic, felt a lot like what the Blink Blade is going to feel like in the upcoming Frosthaven game, because that uses time tokens and you need to have those to be able to do those actions. So a little bit of a mechanic of that, except for the fact that you kind of have a drawback for having all of this void energy instead. So it's slightly different, definitely different, but does have a similar kind of feel where you're working with this limited resource, which is the void in this case, or it would be the time tokens with the Blink Blade. So an interesting character, and definitely one that does something that I like, which is, I speak about this a lot in these videos, just kind of like adding to the complexity of characters that are already there. Like, a lot of characters in Gloomhaven have really great ideas, but perhaps their actual mechanics, once you kind of, you know, you're an experienced player of the game, perhaps they become a little bit too easy, or, you know, they don't really become as rewarding for deep strategic play. And so characters like this that just add another layer of complexity onto that are always sort of welcome, really. So yeah, a good character, definitely, but the Cragheart is still my strong favorite. It's going to take a lot to budge me off that character. Thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate it. And a big thank you to my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with Mike and Truck Driving Gamer for the legendary support, guys. It's incredibly kind of you both. I really appreciate it. If you would like to catch me live, come over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest every Monday, Wednesday, and Sunday, where you can catch me live. Wednesdays are the Crimsonscales streams, and we actually have one more character left to go. And so I'm just catching up a little bit here on the YouTube, but I'm nearly caught all the way up on YouTube too. So only one more character left to go on the Wednesday streams, but then we want to start our physical actual playthrough of the game. So I really hope that my copy turns up soon, because otherwise we might have a bit of a gap. But I'm hoping it'll turn up soon so we can get cracking with those. Okay, all that's left for me to say is, again, thank you all so much for watching. I will catch you in the next video. Bye.
I think still, yeah.
That's the blessing from Cab. That's the blessing from...
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?